Hey guys, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Hey everybody, good morning. Let's see, who do we have in the cafe this morning, right? Hey Henny, good morning, good afternoon to you. Hey Dawn, hey Steph. How are you guys? Hey SRB, welcome back. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Gail. I have something to show you guys from Gail. I do. Hey Morgana, Banana. Hey JB. All right, you guys got to see what Miss Gail sent me. Oh my God. Okay, so, oh, Steph's making her bougie coffee. JB already got her half my morning, she said, got half her morning things done. And we'll have the other half done in about 30 minutes. Well, look at you. You're acting like Abigail Marie over there, doing everything before it even cracks daylight out. I mean, it's daylight here now, but I'm just, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, so hold on a second. Let me do not disturb my phone for a minute. Let me turn this camera on. You guys, this is so cute, okay? So, hold on, I gotta get a drink of coffee. This is fresh, hot cup of coffee. I'll get away from the microphone in case that bothers people. Okay. So, Gail, I know Gail's here, or she was. Gail, are you here right now? I don't want to show this until I know for sure that Gail is. SRB's on cup number 2 of coffee and her butt's still dragging. Oh, I feel that. Hardcore. Abigail's 2 minutes behind catching up. She cracks me up. Gail is here. Okay, so Gail mentioned to me yesterday that she shipped. I tried to say sent and shipped something to me. And I opened it. Actually, let's be fair. Jolie got a hold of the package before I could not let her get it opened. So, oh, this is so cute. It's the cutest thing ever. Okay. You guys, I have to figure out how I'm going to use this because this is a cute little gadget, right? You guys, look what Gail Pierce friend mailed me. It is a whole freaking gavel. It is a whole freaking gavel. It's a whole daggone gavel. All right. Look at this. Judge Jenny, right? It's so cute. I just have to keep Jolie off of it because Jolie like thinks it's a hammer and she's like bang 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 like whack-a-mole, you know. I'm like, no, this is staying on my desk. This is my gavel. And I love it. Bop Dale over the head when he's being annoying, right? Order in the court. Order in the court. So yeah, so this is the cutest thing, Gail. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's super cute. I pulled it out of the package. I was feeling it because it was like in an Amazon like bubble mailer, you know, and I was like, what is that? I was like, it feels like it's, I don't know what that is. And because I was trying to like feel it to see what it could have been, you know. Well, then I laid it down, and Jolie's super like into opening things when they come in now. So she got into it and had it half ripped open, and but sweetest friend mail. Thank you so much, Gail. I appreciate it. Now we have to get Jenny a robe. Oh my Lord. I got a little gray looking house robe. It's got a hood on it. It's what I use when I get out of the shower. I don't think that'll work though. But super sweet. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Gail. So yeah, I'm gonna put it right here on my desk somewhere, probably up there, like up. Mm-hmm. See, look, hold on, let me move my microphone out the way. Scoot you guys down here. Oh, let me move my yucky Kleenex out of the way. I'll have to keep it like right here. Be like, oh my god. Oh my god, the English wig. The wig that the English judges wear. Oh my god. You all are crazy. This is so cute though. Gail, I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have this little thing right here that Kel and Chris made it, because Chris from Chris and Kel, if you didn't know, does a lot of work with resin. And she made this and gifted it to me at this last retreat that we had. But it's a little like resin coaster, and it says no friendship is an accident, right? Super cute. And I use it as a coaster right here on my desk. And I keep my coffee cup sitting on it. But that would be the perfect little thing for my, you know, cute. If I can just keep Jolie off of it. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I will try. Judge Jenny Washington III. Oh my God. I know you love me too, Gil. I do. I know that. I know that. SRB says, OMG, yes, Steph. And then she needs to put her robe on. You guys crack me up. We may have to adjust that to a fuzzy robe. All I'm envisioning is like a judgy Mrs. Doubtfire with a big old fuzzy robe and a big gray wig with glasses down to here like I usually wear when I diamond paint. And I'm like, hello! What? For comfort, that is. Yes, 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 yes. I gotta fix this. I cannot stand when it's like down in my like. Oh, do you see all this? Hello, hello, hello. All right, you guys, it is 9:03. I have not even paid any attention. Oh, we have camera view. So let me share with the class. Fuzzy socks. Everybody loves fuzzy socks, right? I love fuzzy socks. You guys killing me. You're killing me. You're killing me. Okay. Share with the class. Make it bigger. Okay. And it looks like they're having a meeting of some sort at the judge's bench. That's a pretty little background image on the TV screen there. So, have you guys answered in the poll yet? I put a poll up first thing before I ever even came on here this morning to say, hey, go vote in the poll. Tell me what you think. Is Adam going to be there today? Is Adam going to be there today? Do you think? Do you think? Do you think? Let's go over here and look and see. I got 9 votes, it looks like. Got 9 votes, and there's 12 sets of eyeballs, so I need 1, 2, 3 more votes. 3 more votes if you have not voted yet. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. All rise for judge. I thought you were talking about the real judge. Oh my God. So far, we have a full consensus. Oh, the poll is up at the tippy top of the. People gonna wait to see if he's there before they respond. Oh my god. The poll is up. Depending on your tablet or computer or phone, it's either at the top or the bottom of the live chat box. The live chat box. All right, now we got 10 votes. 10 votes. 10 votes. Mm-hmm. Order in the court. This is now I'm liking this because see, here's what I can do. I don't know if Lee's in here yet, but shh. When Lee comes in here, when him and Steph start misbehaving, I'm just gonna go whack, 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 whack. Order in the court. Do you guys know that meme? You know that meme of the little girl? It makes me think of like the 80s. But there's like a meme or a GIF or GIF or however, I don't know. I think it's one of the moving memes. Is that the GIF or GIF? So there's like a little girl that's like holding a hairbrush and she's got like a short little brown bob and she's got a hairbrush and it always says something like, this is how I feel when blah, blah, blah. And you can tell the girl's aggravated because she's like just a little girl with a hairbrush. And she's like, that's what I feel like with this. That's one of my favorite GIFs, whatever you call it. I love that one. It's one of my favorites. Oh my God, somebody is watching. I have a stalker. I have a stalker. I have a stalker. Oh my God. I love you so much. Somebody literally, that's not even in the chat, that supposedly doesn't watch over here, literally just sent me the very GIF that I'm talking about. And then he sends me spy glasses as a GIF. I love you, Mr. I'm going to tell who it is. It's Christopher Colassa. Oh my God, he's so funny. That's literally my favorite one. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? It's this one. Hold on. Let me go to my Instagram and show you guys while we wait on Mr. Punk here that doesn't want to show up in the courtroom today because he's a punk. Let's see. I can't believe he did that. I saw it pop across my phone and I was like, "Who? What is he? What is that?" And then I looked and it was that one. I was like, "Oh, oh, it killed me! It killed me! Oh Lord, have mercy! I gotta switch my Instagrams. Oh, I see people moving, and I do not see an Adam Montgomery over there. It's 9:09. They should be starting. I think they're preparing. I gotta come over here though and find this. I gotta switch my accounts though because I'm on the different. How do I switch? Can't remember how to switch.
You can see that from where you are.
Somewhat. I may actually need
That's fine. I can't see it, so if there's an issue, you need to draw it to the court's attention.
Your Honor, if you wish, that's why we did bring the second one. Very quick plug-in so that you'll be able to see.
That would be fine. Yeah, thank you.
Let's see what's going on. Christopher's in the chat. A little more cookie. I know, another no-show, right? Hey, Porky Beans. Hey, how are you? Howard isn't going to show, even though he should be forced to sit through the whole thing. I could not agree more. I completely agree. Exactly, Steph. Exactly.
Attorney Agati, if it's not easy, just shut it down. It's fine. We'll deal with it on the break and as we go.
Here, you guys, look and see if you can see this.
That's okay. If we're ready,
That's
I would
the
like to
GIF
bring
I
in
was
the
talking
jurors.
about.
Attorney Knowles?
Ready. Thank you.
Okay. All rise for the jurors, please.
I love that one. Love it. Thank you, Christopher. That made my morning. I appreciate that. It made my morning. She's like, yes, good morning. Good morning, Corky Bean. SRB says her daughter loves that one too. It's just funny. Okay, you guys make sure you got your audio up. I've got it up as loud as I can get it on my end and on the stream's end. Yep, as loud as it'll go. Hopefully they'll adjust the volume when they get in here. But yeah, little Mr. Adams, a no-show punk again
You may
today.
be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you yesterday, we hoped and planned that we would begin with opening statements this morning, and that's exactly where we are. So when the state is ready.
Thank you.
Corky Beans, I don't think he's there. They offer him transport, but he's not being transported, so he's not there. He's wherever in the jail house.
Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who is not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, He wasn't looking for her, and in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found. His concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions would be brought to light. That's because he was the only person in this world who knows where Harmony is, who knows where her body is, and he was hoping that she would never be found. The one person, the one and only person who murdered Harmony, who butchered her body, and who disposed of her like yesterday's trash. This case is about Harmony Montgomery. I don't want that to get lost as we progress throughout this lengthy trial. This case is about Harmony Montgomery, but it's also about the defendant, his actions, his rage, his brutality, and his escalation in violence. The murder of Harmony Montgomery, that was just the beginning of the depraved actions of this defendant and what this case is all about. It's about a man who, for 2 years, evaded apprehension, didn't have to answer for his crimes, had no appreciation or concern about Harmony being missing because he already knew she was dead. For 2 years before the Manchester Police Department initiated their search for Harmony Montgomery, that man got away with murder. His only concern, other than Harmony's body being found, was to keep his wife, Kayla Montgomery, from coming in here and telling you all what he did to her. His heinous actions, his cover-up, what she witnessed. For 2 years, he got away with butchering a 5-year-old girl. And that defendant made sure that Harmony would never be found, that she'd be gone without a trace. You'll see, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence of the horrible things that he did to her, and he would get away with it. And so he went to great lengths to cover up his crimes, to cover up beating Harmony to death for a bathroom accident. He went to great lengths to cover up his conduct. Beating Harmony to death because she soiled herself. And he thought that if he destroyed the evidence, what remained of Harmony, if he destroyed Harmony, he could never be charged. He was careless in this meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. We're going to hear about those mistakes because it's evidence of his crimes. It's evidence of what he did. So let's talk about the evidence in this case. On December 7th, 2019, the defendant beat Harmony to death because she had a bathroom accident, something she had no control over. She'd peed her pants, and he murdered her in a series of attacks, of brutal strikes that began that morning in the car that she was living out of and ended in the Burger King parking lot that you all saw yesterday on The View. He carried her body with him for months. For months, he carried her body. And he discarded her with zero appreciation for the life that he'd taken, just a fear of being caught. And in the months that followed, he beat, he injured, he terrorized the only witness to his crime, the only person that could come in here and tell you what he did. She was his loose end, Kayla Montgomery, his wife. He conditioned Kayla through force and through threats with the purpose of making sure that she would never come in here and tell you what she'd seen, what he did. Beating Harmony to death for another accident, destroying her body, freezing her, thawing her, squeezing the liquid out of her, compressing her body into a bag like this one. compressing her body into a bag like this one and filling it with lime to further decompose her. Unspeakable things. And this is what he did to the only witness he left alive. She was beaten, she was conditioned, and she was living in fear. She was in a nightmare with no end while he dragged around Harmony's body for months. And I want to pause here for just a moment. I want to thank all of you for being here. This is going to be a lengthy trial. You're going to hear many difficult things. That's not lost on us. It's not lost on the attorneys that are in this case. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and listen to the evidence, to judge the evidence. It's necessary. It's a necessary function. And if you listen to the evidence, if you keep an open mind, and if you follow Judge Messer's instructions, you'll understand the timeline of Harmony's death, of the cover-up. You'll understand the horrible things that defendant did, why he assaulted, why he murdered, why he terrorized. And after he was done with all of this, why he destroyed evidence, why he lied, why he blocked his friends and family, why he manipulated his wife into doing terrible things to hide his crime, to hide the victim that he'd murdered. So let's talk about the victim that he murdered, the victim that he made sure couldn't come into this courtroom and tell you the horrible things that he did to her. Her name is Harmony Montgomery. And there are 4 descriptions that you're going to hear of Harmony during the course of this trial, some of them horrible. Harmony was born to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and her mother, Crystal Sorey. She was born on June 7th of 2014. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a Minnie Mouse fan. She was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. She was just 5 years old when the defendant brutally murdered her. During the course of her brief life, she was a fun-loving girl. She was someone that defied all odds. She spent most of her life with Tim and Michelle Rafferty, her foster parents, who she called Daddy and Mommy Michelle. And those odds that she defied. When Tim and Michelle got Harmony, when they got custody of her, she was just 2 months old. Michelle was told she's not going to live past 7 months, told that she had learning disabilities. Still, you'll hear that Harmony was an intelligent girl. She was a curious child. She was a child that ran with other children, played with them. She was potty trained at a very early age. At a very early age, she was potty trained, and that'll become important as we progress throughout this trial. So keep that in mind. Harmony was potty trained at a very early age. She wasn't someone that was bound by limitations. And you'll hear that when she lived with her mommy, Michelle, and her mommy, Crystal, she was thriving. She was thriving in school. She was thriving with her peers. She was a child like any other. She was full of life. But that's just one description of Harmony, and I told you there are more. The defendant got custody of Harmony in February of 2019. At that time, she was only 4 years old. And the second description is darker. It comes from the 10 days before the defendant murdered her, and we'll talk about that more as we go along. The 10 days before he murdered her. In the second description, not the one where Harmony's thriving. In this one, she's scared. She's skinny. She's constantly exhausted. And she's bruised. At this point in Harmony's brief life, she's not able to control her bladder. She's not able to control her bowel movements. She's soiling herself. And during this period, the time when the defendant had her, those 10 days, she went from living in their home on Guilford Street at 77 Guilford Street to being homeless and living in a car, in the family's car. And when they were living in that car, those bathroom accidents got worse and worse, and they came more and more often. And you'll hear about the defendant's rage, this rage of the defendants that was building and building with each and every accident. And each time Harmony had an accident in that 10-day period, the defendant would strike her. That rage only growing, adding to that fear. And the next two descriptions come from the actions that the defendant took after he had murdered Harmony, after he beat her to death. You'll hear that she went from this little girl full of life, a girl that radiated happiness, that radiated joy, to a scared girl, broken, bruised. And from there, she went to the dead girl in the duffel bag. And after that, she went to the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that the defendant slept under for months. For months, as Harmony's body fluid, her blood, leaked through that duffel bag and was absorbed into that ceiling, he slept under her. That's what he did to her. That's what he made Harmony. His actions. Remember that as we go along. This case is about his actions. And those are the descriptions of Harmony. That's what the defendant made her before he disposed of her. Harmony was just 5 years old when the defendant beat her to death, but her story continues long after her death with the gruesome actions that the defendant took, the things that he did to her, the places that he took her. 3 people witnessed Harmony's death, her murder, and they survived. Her 2 younger brothers, one just 5 months old, the other 2 years old, and her stepmother, Kayla Montgomery. Back then, Kayla was the defendant's wife. She was mother of his 2 small children, his 2 boys. They met when they were kids and they married in 2017. And eventually they moved to Manchester, New Hampshire, and they lived at the home on 77 Guilford Street. The defendant stayed home with the children, and Kayla worked. She was a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts. And during the 6 months leading up to Harmony's murder, their marriage was on the rocks. But Kayla tried to make it work. She wanted to make it work for her family. She wanted to make it work so that she didn't lose another person that she loved. But this case, it's not about Kayla. It's not about what Kayla did. It's not about what Kayla didn't do. Remember that as we go along. It's about what the defendant did. Kayla was the defendant's loose end. She was the witness to his crimes. She was the witness to his confession to an assault that took place against Harmony by the defendant in July of 2019. She was witness to Harmony's murder. She was witness to the defendant compressing Harmony into bag, smaller bag, compressing her more and more over the months that he had her, adding lime to that bag. And she was witness to the defendant disposing of Harmony. She was the witness that was left alive. So let's talk about that first event, the assault on Harmony from July of 2019. That summer, the summer of 2019, was Harmony's first time living with the defendant. It was her first summer with the defendant. And again, they lived at this home on Guilford Street. You'll hear that they lived there with Helen Montgomery, the defendant's grandmother, and the defendant's uncle, Kevin. And Helen and Kevin left that summer. They went down to Florida, and there Helen had a triple bypass surgery, and Kevin stayed with her. He accompanied her to help her in her recovery. And you'll hear that Kevin was gone for 3 weeks. And when Kevin left, when he left that home, Harmony was uninjured. no bruises, uninjured. But when he came back, Harmony had a large black eye. A black eye such that was so swollen that the profile of her face had changed. It was horrible. This girl was bruised. She was injured. And her face was swollen. And when Kevin walked through that door, he saw Harmony. And this immediately stood out to him. This was his niece, his great niece. And the defendant was standing next to Harmony, and he said, "Harmony, what did you do? What happened to you?" And Harmony didn't even have time to answer. The defendant interrupted and said, "She didn't do nothing. I bashed her around this house. I beat the dog shit out of her." That's what he told his uncle about Harmony, what happened to her, how she got that injury. "I beat her. I did that." The defendant in this case. You'll hear that this shocked Kevin. It frightened him. And that was the last night he stayed in the house. He never went back there. He spent that night in his house and he got out of there. And in the time that followed, he did everything he could to get Harmony help. He contacted authorities. He contacted DCYF, contacted Child Services. You'll hear that he was unsuccessful. This assault from July of 2019, that's separate and apart from the murder charges, different incident. So I want to talk about the murder now. And to do that, again, we have to talk about the 10-day period before the defendant brutally murdered Harmony. Those 10 days where Harmony had major life changes. You'll hear that the family went from living in that home on Guilford Street to being evicted and living in their silver Chrysler Sebring. And while they were living in the Sebring, while they were living in the Sebring, they parked in that parking lot we saw yesterday at Colonial Village, the apartments. They stayed there in their car. And Harmony, at this point, had another major life change. She started having accidents. She started peeing herself. She was incontinent. She couldn't control when she had to go to the bathroom. She was peeing herself and she was pooping herself. This girl that prided herself on being able to control her body, basic functions. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life for 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny. He would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared would happen, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop him. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. This time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something." And he didn't stop. He continued with his drive. Pulled into that parking lot at Burger King, and he ordered his food. He ordered his food, and he ate. He didn't stop to check on Harmony. He didn't look back at her. He didn't show any concern for this innocent little girl, the child he'd just beaten. He ordered his food, and he ate. And he didn't stop. You'll hear that at that time, after that last blow, after that last strike to her small head, she began moaning and making a gurgling sound. Sounds that continued on and off for several minutes. And he didn't show any concern. Ate his food, and he continued driving towards the Colonial apartment parking lot. And while he was there, he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes, showing no concern for the child that was dying in his backseat just feet away from him. And Kayla, you'll hear, was too scared to look back. She couldn't look back. She was frozen. She was terrified to see what he had done to this small child. She could just hear that moaning, those gargling sounds, sounds that eventually stopped. After the defendant ordered his food and he was driving back, he did his drugs, listening to those noises, not showing any concern. He pulled into the Colonial Village parking lot and he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes. He ate his food and he did his drugs, and Harmony slowly died. And when he was done with that, still showing no concern for Harmony, he pulled out of the parking lot where they'd been living. And when he made it to the intersection of Webster and Elm, which you saw in the view yesterday, his car died. It died just as Harmony had died several minutes before. The defendant realized they were going to have to abandon that vehicle. And so he started removing items, getting the kids out, shaking Harmony, telling her to wake up. She wasn't responding. She couldn't. She was dead. He had done that. And when he realized that Harmony was no longer alive, that he'd murdered her, he grabbed a duffel bag. Remember, they were living in that car. All of their items, all of their possessions were in that car. He grabbed the duffel bag and he stuffed Harmony's body inside. And remember those descriptions that I told you about Harmony, what you'd hear throughout this trial. That's when Harmony became the dead girl in the duffel bag. He did that to her. That's what he made her. The defendant stuffed her into that bag and he went on about his day as if nothing happened. But Harmony's murder, that was only the beginning. And remember what I told you, this case, it's about the actions of the defendant. They didn't stop after he murdered Harmony. That was the beginning of his conduct. His actions didn't end when he brutally murdered Harmony. You'll hear about how he carried her for months, scheming, plotting, coming up with a plan of how to get rid of Harmony somewhere she would never be found. And they went back to the Colonial Village parking lot that afternoon. They had a friend there, a friend who let them stay in his Audi. And you'll hear that friend brought them dinner for 2 nights, the 2 nights they stayed there, December 7th and 8th. He brought them dinner, and notably, he didn't see Harmony with them. He didn't see Harmony because she was in that duffel bag, the duffel bag that he was moving between the trunk of that Audi SUV and the ground outside. At night, he would keep her in the ground between his car, the Audi SUV, and the dumpsters that you saw yesterday that you walked around in that parking lot. He kept her on the ground because it was cold outside. Remember, this was in December, and he wanted to keep her body cold. From the Colonial Village parking lot, they went to Kayla's mother's home, and they stayed there for the rest of the month. She picked them up in her van, and that's where Harmony stayed for several days while the defendant looked for somewhere more suitable to keep her. And he found something more suitable. In the entryway of Christina Lubin, Kayla's mother's home, he found this open cooler. And he stored her there for much of the remainder of his stay. And they left that home on December 30th, and they went to the Families in Transition shelter. It was at the Families in Transition shelter that the defendant began to discuss disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her. He believed, you'll hear, he believed that if there was no body to find, there would be no evidence of what he'd done, and he would get away with this heinous crime. And so he began to discuss disposing of her. While he was there, he moved Harmony from the closet of that room. He moved her to the ceiling. He removed that vent cover and he stuffed her body inside. And that's when Harmony became the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that he slept under for months. Now, the defendant faced another problem at the fit shelter. Harmony's body began to rot. It began to smell. He was storing her body in the ceiling above his room, and the heat was on. And the heat was causing her body to decompose more and more by the day, to rot more and more by the day. And it was smelling. And other tenants, other people that lived there were complaining about those smells. So he had to take her body out of that ceiling. And he brought it to the bathroom and he compressed it. He compressed and contorted her body into this bag, into a bag like this. And he put it back up there, back in the ceiling. And when he was taking her body down, when it was still in the duffel bag, before he'd added trash bags and put her inside a bag like this one, she was leaking. She was leaking. Her liquids were pouring through that duffel bag. And investigators followed up with the fit shelter. They went to that room. They looked in the ceiling. And when they took that vent cover off, they immediately smelled decomposition, a smell associated with dead bodies, rotting bodies. They smelled decomp. Still present 2 years after the defendant had removed Harmony's body from the ceiling. And they saw deep stains in the drywall where Harmony's blood had been absorbed. That blood was tested. It was sent to a lab in Florida and tested. And that lab in Florida confirmed that that blood was Harmony. Something the defendant missed. Remember, he was careless in his meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. That's going to be one of them. That blood in the ceiling, Harmony's blood in the ceiling, all that remained of Harmony, the defendant made sure of that. And surrounding that blood, surrounding this blood, surrounding what was left of Harmony, the defendant's fingerprints, his palm prints, frozen there for time. So at the shelter, the defendant had a problem. He was living in a shelter. He didn't have access to a freezer, and Harmony's body was beginning to rot and stink, and it was getting worse and worse by the day. People were complaining. This wasn't good for him. And it was around this time he started working at the Portland Pie Company, which used to be here in town, since closed. He worked there for just over a month. He was a dishwasher and a cook. And that CMC bag, the one that looked like this, that accompanied him to work. It stood out to people because he placed it in the freezer during his shifts. He brought it with him regularly to work, and he stored it in a freezer where the company kept food, ingredients. People saw him bringing that in and out regularly. They couldn't have imagined what that bag contained, but they saw it. And after they left the fit shelter, after the defendant left the shelter, he moved into an apartment on Union Street. And it was in the Union Street apartment that he began to discuss dismembering Harmony, squishing her, further contorting her body. He discussed using a saw to cut her up. He discussed using lime to further decompose her so that there would be nothing to find. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence, and he would get away with this horrible thing that he'd done, beating this little girl to death. And it was in the bathroom of his Union Street apartment that he compressed Harmony. Already in that CMC bag, filling that CMC bag, he compressed her further, and he added lime to the bag. thinking that it would eat away at anything left of her. He spent most of the day in that bathroom, compressing Harmony. He took her out of the CMC bag and he placed her in the tub. She was frozen at that point, so he turned the hot water on and ran it over her so that he can manipulate her body, further compress her. Kayla walked into the bathroom as he was doing this. She saw what he was doing. She saw Harmony. Harmony, at that point, was skin and bones. And she saw the defendant squeezing Harmony, squishing Harmony, trying to remove the liquids that remained from her small body and down the drain of the tub. When Kayla walked into that bathroom, he told her to help him. You'll hear that Kayla obeyed. She held Harmony's arm while the defendant used the scissors to cut off Harmony's clothes. But this was too much for Kayla. She couldn't take what she was seeing, what the defendant was doing, the sick and grotesque things that he was doing to this child's body. And so she went to the living room to be with her two sons, to make sure that they didn't walk in and see what he was doing. So in that bathroom, the defendant shut the door behind her. And that once bulging CMC bag, the bag that Harmony's body filled, he compressed it enough to add much of a 40-pound bag of lime. And he took breaks from the horror show in that bathroom. And during one of the breaks from working on Harmony's body, he said, I can put her in pieces. I can put her in pieces. I can cut her up. And while he was working in that bathroom, working on Harmony, he clogged the drain. Remember that as we go along. He clogged the drain. While he was squeezing her, getting the liquids out, he clogged the drain to the bathroom. And investigators learned that the defendant went to Home Depot on February 26th, just 6 days after they moved into that apartment. He went to Home Depot where he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, diamond cutting saw blade, a backup battery, and line. That was on February 26th, just 6 days after he moved into that apartment. On February 27th, he placed a work order to unclog his drain. Now, it was around this time that the defendant began to suspect that Kayla was working with the police, trying to give them evidence to put him away for what he'd done to Harmony. He was suspicious of her, and he was pulling out outlets. He was pulling out light bulbs, light sockets, thinking that there were listening devices planted to get him for what he'd done to Harmony. And it was around this time that he started beating Kayla. He started threatening her that if she reported him, he would kill her. And that if he went to jail for what he did, he'd have someone else kill her. The abuse was constant and it came regularly. And Kayla documented the abuse as shown here. Less than a week after the horror show in that Union Street apartment bathroom, the defendant disposed of what remained of Harmony, what was left of her. He was meticulous in making sure that nothing came back on him. He enlisted help from friends. He asked a friend to get him a U-Haul van. A U-Haul van back then was cheaper than a rental car. You'll hear that this friend, he helped. He got him the van. The defendant at the time rented a hotel room so that he could leave the hotel room and dispose of Harmony. And when he came to bring the defendant the keys to the van with his girlfriend saw a CMC bag that was protruding from the hotel room's mini fridge, and that stood out to her. And when the friend gave the defendant the keys to that U-Haul van, the defendant said, I fucked up, and he repeated it over and over. I fucked up, me, the defendant, I fucked up. But he couldn't say how. He couldn't say what he'd done to fuck up. That was on March 3rd of 2020. The defendant left in the middle of the night, headed south. And when the defendant left, he told Kayla that he wasn't going to tell her where he was going to dump Harmony, where he was going to dispose of her. He didn't want her to have that information that she could later use against him. He was in control. He had all the pieces. He wasn't going to have someone know where evidence of the girl that he had brutally beaten was. He made sure that he was the only person that knew what he'd done with her. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, he could never be charged. He could never be charged with this heinous crime. And when he left the hotel room that night, he headed south to Mass, and he made another mistake. That U-Haul van that he rented, he blew through tolls on the Tobin Bridge, and a camera captured that van. You'll hear about the many searches for Harmony Montgomery involving multiple states, Maine, Mass, New Hampshire, involving multiple agencies, both state and federal. Thousands of man-hours looking for this little girl. And you'll hear the defendant's words. You'll hear him on a recorded call during one of those searches telling his friend that investigators were wasting their time looking for this little girl that he brutally murdered. They were wasting their time. The defendant's words, you'll hear that. After disposing of Harmony, the defendant realized he had one loose end, his wife, Kayla. And so he conditioned her. The abuse got worse over those months and months. He beat her. She was a loose end to him and nothing more. Now, you'll hear that Kayla lied. She stuck to a story that the defendant gave her. She was scared at what would happen to her at the hands of the man she witnessed beat this small child to death and drag her body around for months. She's gone to prison for those lies. She's gone to prison for those lies. And since then, she's helped investigators. She's helped investigators find proof that Harmony is dead. That blood in the ceiling with the defendant's fingerprints. She spoke to investigators and police for hours upon hours over multiple days. Statements that gave investigators evidence that they wouldn't have without her. Gave a mother some sense of closure, knowing that her daughter's dead, still out there somewhere, but not suffering, not anymore. Now, Kayla's testimony is important. She saw what happened. She felt it. She lived it. She's still living it. But the reason you only have one witness to the defendant's crime is because he killed the other, the witness that he couldn't control, the witness that he couldn't manipulate. But even though Kayla's testimony is important, this case doesn't rest solely on her shoulders. You're going to hear about the forensic evidence, the physical evidence that corroborates what she says, about the surveillance footage. You'll hear and see evidence that corroborates Kayla in ways that she never could have imagined. You'll hear and see evidence that shows you who killed Harmony, who had motive to destroy her after he killed her. And you'll hear some of the defendant's lies for yourself. You'll hear about the absurd story he told to evade apprehension, that he gave Harmony back to her mother in Mass the day before Thanksgiving in 2019. That was his excuse. That was his lie. But in those 2 years where he didn't have to answer for this crime, where he thought he was free and clear of what he'd done, he told someone that he trusted what he really thought of Harmony. Told her that she was evil, that she did evil things. He told her that Harmony was a constant reminder of her mother, Crystal Sorey, who he hated. And he told her that he hated Harmony to his core. That's what he said in secret about the innocent child that he'd beaten to death. The helpless girl that he beat because she soiled herself. He hated Harmony to his core, and the evidence is going to show that he did everything to destroy Harmony after he beat her, to hide his crime, to hide evidence of what he'd done. And for what the defendant did, he's been charged with multiple crimes that the clerk read to you yesterday in open court. And the evidence will prove that he's guilty of each and every one of them. He's guilty of the second-degree assault for beating Harmony in that July 2019 incident, for bashing her around the house, for beating her off every wall in the house, for kicking the dog shit out of her, for causing the black eye, causing that injury to Harmony. Just like he's guilty of reckless second-degree murder for beating Harmony to death in the Chrysler Sebring on December 7th, 2019. He's guilty of falsifying physical evidence, for mutilating Harmony's corpse, for destroying her, for putting her somewhere she would never be found. And he's guilty of tampering with a witness, for beating Kayla, for threatening her, for compelling her to stick to the story that he gave her. And he's guilty of abuse of a corpse, for his conduct in the Union Street apartment bathroom, for compressing Harmony into that small bag, adding lime to it. Those are the crimes the defendant in this case committed. That's what he's guilty of. The defendant committed multiple violent crimes against a small child, a helpless child. In December 2019, he assaulted and he murdered because of that rage, his rage. He destroyed Harmony so that he could never be caught. And he beat Kayla for control. That's what the defendant did to his victim in this case. And at the conclusion of this trial, that's what we'll ask you to find him guilty of.
Are you ready?
You were just left with that picture of Harmony, and seeing that picture is heartbreaking, knowing that Harmony is dead. But Adam Montgomery did not kill Harmony. Adam Montgomery did not beat Harmony in the head as he approached the Burger King drive-thru. Adam Montgomery did not cause Harmony's death. Kayla Montgomery was the last person to see Harmony alive and know how Harmony died. But she didn't come clean with Adam. She didn't come clean with the police. And she will not come clean with you. She is still lying about the cause of Harmony's death. Even though Kayla now has her deal with the state, she continues to lie. The only reason Kayla has to lie now is to protect herself. The only reason she has to lie and point the finger at Adam is because the truth points the finger at her. The only reason Kayla has to lie to make Harmony's death so brutal and foul by Adam is to hide that Adam was protecting Kayla, his wife, and the mother of his kids. Now look, I'm not pretending that Adam isn't innocent here. Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla covered up Harmony's death. He's not an innocent here. He and Kayla moved Harmony's body from place to place to keep it hidden. And Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla put her body in a shower to wash her remains of the fluids of decomposition and then permanently hid her remains. You can and should find him guilty of those crimes. But in committing those crimes and sticking with a story that protected his wife, Adam set himself up for Kayla's betrayal. her betrayal to accuse him in the most vile way possible of what he did not do, to accuse him of brutally killing his, not her, daughter, when she knew that was not what happened. The evidence that will show you that Adam did not brutally murder Harmony will come mostly, and very reluctantly, from his accuser, Kayla. Not from other witnesses or the physical evidence, but by showing that Kayla's lies continue. And the only one protected by those lies is her. Because only she, other than an infant and a toddler, was around when Harmony died. Only she knows the truth, and only she has benefited from all the lies she has told. November 27, 2019, a day before Thanksgiving. Adam, Kayla, Adam's daughter Harmony, toddler son Seamus, infant son Declan were evicted from their home on Guilford Street in Manchester. They began living out of their Chrysler Sebring. In the following week, when Adam was running around trying to make money to get them out of their situation, Kayla was left cooped up in that seemingly increasingly smaller by the minute car with a 5-year-old child, not her own, a 2-year-old toddler, and a less than 1-year infant, all of whom needed attention, all of whom needed to move around, and none of whom were doing well being cooped up in that car. And Kayla didn't do well either. Adam was off doing his own thing, and Kayla was stuck. Harmony's body was not discovered lifeless in the car at that busy intersection you saw yesterday. It was not discovered at that intersection in the middle of the day on December 7, 2019, as Kayla now claims. Both Adam and Kayla discovered Harmony's cold, lifeless body much earlier, in the dark of night, behind Colonial Village, when Adam returned from his business. Kayla made Adam feel responsible. She claimed not to know what happened. It was Adam's fault for everything they were going through. It was not her fault, she insisted. She thought all the kids were asleep. He had to protect her. He had to protect their children. If anyone found out, their children would be taken. Adam stood by Kayla, and together they covered up Harmony's death. By that decision, Adam became so intertwined in Harmony's death that he could not get out. Neither Adam nor Kayla knew what to do, so they put the decision off. Adam placed Harmony's body in a duffel bag from the car and placed that duffel bag in the trunk. And Harmony's body was in that bag in the trunk of the car when it broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm. They had driven off from the Colonial Village apartments to try and figure out what to do, where to put Harmony's body. But then the car broke down. When it did, Adam grabbed the bag from the trunk and carried Harmony's body away from the intersection to the parking lot at Colonial Village. From there, as you'll hear, Harmony's body was moved from place to place until Adam and Kayla finally figured out a plan to hide the body permanently. When asked, Adam and Kayla told people that Harmony was back with her biological mom in Massachusetts. Let's now move forward 2 years. December 2021. This was 2 years after Harmony's death and close to a year after Kayla and Adam had separated. The police were now investigating Harmony's disappearance. They found Kayla and asked her where to find Adam and where Harmony was. Kayla gave the lie she and Adam had used to explain why Harmony was no longer living with them after Harmony died in December of 2019. That Adam had returned Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. Kayla also told the police that she believed Adam was in Maine. After speaking with the police, she contacts Adam and she told him, quote, "You need to come down here." She told him he needed to return to New Hampshire and deal with the police because she was not going to deal with all this by herself. Adam did what Kayla told him to do and returned. But unfortunately for Kayla, he also brought another woman, Kelsey Small, with him. Adam met up with Kayla and they talked about what to do. That New Year's Eve 2021, Kayla talked to the police again. This time, it was at the Manchester police station. She again gave the lie that protected her, insisting Adam took Harmony to her mother's, and that was all that she knew. And after well over an hour of talking, as Kayla stuck with this lie, the police gave her time alone to think, to write down what she wanted to say, just in case it was too difficult to verbally speak about. And Kayla did take that time alone to think and to write. And this is what she wrote. Quote, "I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom, to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning." And she wrote, "You need to get him to talk. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me." Kayla was ready to point the finger at Adam, but only in a way that protected herself. 5 days later, January 5th, Kayla was arrested anyway, but for something different than what the police had wanted to talk with her about. Instead of being arrested in relation to Harmony's disappearance, she was arrested for something else, what eventually became a theft charge. But she knew the arrest was to pressure her. While in jail, Kayla had more time to think and to scheme. How was she going to get out of this mess that she was in? She knew that the police thought she had information about what happened to Harmony, and she knew that the walls were closing in. Kayla also knew that pointing the finger at Adam was worth something, and pointing the finger would help get her out of this mess, and she thought about how to use Adam to get out of it. What I am holding up for you is the fence's G for identification. This plastic bag contains a note. This note is written by Kayla, and it reflects what she wanted for a bargain. A few weeks after her incarceration, this note was found in Kayla's cell. And in her musings, she writes of her willingness to, quote, betray Adam. Not to finally be free of Adam, not to finally be safe from him, not to tell the truth, to betray, meaning stab him in the back. But she also wrote of her longing to be alone with him one more time, to kiss, to make love if she could. She didn't write of fearing to be alone with him. she did not write of any fear that Adam would hurt or kill her for her betrayal. In her fairy tale musings, Adam would understand and protect her to the end. Their children needed their mother, she wrote. But as this note also shows, Kayla wanted more than just one last time with Adam. She had a whole wish list, a set of demands. She wanted, quote, immunity from everything. Everything being in all capital letters. She wanted immunity from everything, all charges I'm facing, and what I'm going to say about Adam. Maybe ankle bracelet, or probation, or drug court. Kids in my life. Not lose custody or rights to my children at all, and be able to have kids live with me once I do a residential treatment program and complete it. Kayla was willing to sing for her supper, not for truth, not for harmony, but for Kayla. Kayla was all about protecting herself to wiggle out of accountability for her own conduct. After that note was discovered in Kayla's cell in January of 2022, January 29th to be exact, Kayla told a correctional officer that she wanted to speak with the Attorney General's office. But no one came to her with a deal. And instead of a deal, she got a subpoena. She got subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury in March, and she remained in jail. Now, Kayla finally got out on bail on May 6th, but she still had been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury, this time on May 20th. Still no deal. And when Kayla finally appeared before the grand jury, she still had no deal. It was explained to Kayla that she could choose not to answer a question if it would incriminate her. Instead, though, she chose to lie under oath, the same oath you'll see her take later, trying to make herself look innocent while pointing the finger at Adam. She told the grand jury that Adam had dropped her off at Dunkin' Donuts on November 30th with Harmony and the two boys in the car, and said that he was returning Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. But even as Kayla insisted that she didn't know what happened to Harmony, a bombshell drops. The Attorney General's office, the AG, told her as she was testifying, she was working at Dunkin' Donuts, that they had her employment records. Was she sure? They asked. Kayla knew then that she was caught. She was caught in a lie. The AG had her employment records, looked at them, and knew that she was not working. And this was not just a simple, honest mix-up of days. Those records showed that the AG's office had, those records showed that she had been fired from Dunkin' Donuts for stealing even before the family had been evicted on the 27th of November. She knew she was caught in a lie. She knew the AG's office could prove it, but she had not developed a new lie and couldn't change course in midstream without a plan. So that day before the grand jury, May 20th, she kept marching forward, hoping that maybe they would believe her anyway. Nothing happened at first after her grand jury testimony was over, but Kayla knew it was coming. And roughly 2 weeks later, on June 3rd, when Kayla checked in as part of her bail conditions, it did. It came. She was arrested for lying before the grand jury. Kayla had a new story prepared, but with the new charges, the state had the upper hand. She was allowed to give her new story with the agreement that her statements could not later be used against her. But there was no guarantee of a deal, and instead, Kayla would only get that deal that she wanted if her statements helped the police figure out what happened to Harmony. And if the state decided that Kayla's statements were not helpful, she would be facing not only the charges she was already facing, but now 2 more felony charges, this time for perjuring herself before the grand jury, plus any charges that could come about if the police were able to figure out what happened to Harmony without her statements. And Kayla knew that the police were going to follow up on what she now said. And without something to corroborate this new story she was going to give, there wouldn't be any reason for the police to accept it. After all, she had already lied to the grand jury to point the finger at Adam. So instead of the truth, she told a lie of a brutal killing where she was also a victim. But because there cannot be any corroboration for the lie itself, Kayla intermingled some of the truth of how she and Adam covered up Harmony's death. The lie itself cannot be corroborated, but there would be corroboration in the truth of the cover-up. Because Kayla's new story was not true of how Harmony died, she lacked real memories to draw from, and the details did not fit. Both the details she provided and the ones she did not provide. And it is in those details based on a lie, that begin to reveal the lie still being told by Kayla. At first, Kayla's new story for the police, when she gave a proffer on June 3rd of 2022, her new story was that it was the middle of the night, 2 or 3 a.m. Harmony had been having trouble controlling her bodily functions while the family had been living out of the car, and Harmony went to the bathroom again. Adam responded by repeatedly punching Harmony, probably like 10 to 15 times. That story changed to Adam assaulting Harmony in the morning before they went to the clinic for their methadone. The story then continued by saying that Adam struck Harmony again after getting back in the car from the clinic. Then, as they drove to Burger King because Kayla wanted to get something to eat for her and the kids, the story expanded to Adam punching Harmony as he was driving into the Burger King parking lot. Kayla claimed to recall Adam commenting that the last strike was different. He thought he hurt Harmony. Kayla did tell the police that she put an arm up briefly to try and stop Adam, but to no avail. Adam drove up to the Burger King drive-thru. They ordered their food. Adam paid cash. The family got their food and drove back to the Colonial Village apartments with Harmony moaning in the back. That's her story. And when asked, Kayla claimed that she fed the kids. She told the police that she went up to her friend Anthony Bodero's residence to get some drugs for she and Adam to use, leaving Adam alone in the car with Declan, Seamus, and Harmony. This whole entire story was not true. Excuse me. One of the things that you'll see that reveals her story about punching to be a lie is that she is unable to describe a true scene. She does not describe 2-year-old Seamus crying as his sister beside him is being struck. She does not describe the baby screaming as violence and chaos break out around him. She does not describe trying to soothe or quiet the children, nor does she describe Adam reacting at all to what would have been a cacophony of screaming and crying had all that punching been true. She does not describe trying to hide a broken child from the Burger King cashier or any concern on Adam's part that Harmony might be seen by the cashier or the camera. She does not describe Harmony as she feeds piece by piece food to Seamus, who is next to her in the backseat of the car. She does not describe seeking help from her friend she got drugs from. She doesn't describe any concern by her friend, Anthony Bordero, that she seems upset. And please keep close attention to Kayla's various descriptions of the car breaking down, where she claims that she and Adam first discovered that Harmony is dead. Kayla told the police that with Harmony in what would have been a critical, perhaps fatal condition in the back seat, the family decided to drive away from their corner in the back of the Colonial Village apartments. Yet Kayla did not remember where they were going. Then the car broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm, and they discover Harmony's dead body in the back seat. Kayla talked about waving, honking, agitated drivers behind them around the car as Adam manhandles a dead child in the back seat into a duffel bag. And no one notices. Their car did break down on December 7th at the intersection of Webster and Elm. That is not in question here. And the family did walk back to Bodero's. But Harmony's body was already in the duffel bag, in the trunk, from when they discovered her death in the early hours of the night before. Yesterday, before we broke, the court gave you a partial set of instructions on how you are to go about deciding this case. Among them was an instruction on assessing the credibility of witnesses. It is up to you to determine the credibility of witnesses. But the judge did suggest an illustrative list of factors to consider in making that determination. One factor is whether what the witness said appeared reasonable. In discerning this, details matter. The details that are given and the details that are not. Is the witness pulling from a well of true memory or just making it up? Another factor the court has offered for your consideration is whether what the witness said is consistent. Shut up! And that leads me to some of the science that was used in this case. Kayla also described Adam cleaning up blood spilled by Harmony with a kerchief. That lie was exposed by a special test that can reveal blood traces, even blood that was supposedly cleaned up. Luckily for the police, they were able to locate the broken down Sebring 2 years later. They're able to bring it to their lot at the police station, and they were able to search and test it with a special test that could detect invisible blood, blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No traces of blood, including on the back passenger seat where Kayla said Harmony bled and Adam cleaned it up. In offering guidance in assessing witness credibility, another common sense factor offered by the court is whether the witness had a bias or motive to lie. There will be time during Kayla's testimony, during direct and cross, to explore the changes, the inconsistencies, and details within her story, both those that are there and those that are not. And you just heard about the science to also assist you in evaluating Kayla's claims. But here, what follows is an example of Kayla's motive to lie at play, of Kayla taking something true and twisting it to point the finger at Adam, yet hide her own involvement. In telling the police how Harmony's body was finally removed from their lives, Kayla described an incredibly disturbing treatment of Harmony's body, her remains in the refrigerator before being placed in the shower, under hot water, washing away the fluids. Kayla at first said it was all Adam, and he wouldn't even let her in the bathroom. But she slipped up, and fortunately, the interviewers caught it. They caught the slip, and they probed. Kayla had to admit that she was part of it too. She cut off Harmony's hoodie in the shower, and she and Adam bagged up Harmony's clothes. And when that was done, Kayla and Adam put her remains in another bag, with Kayla helping Adam to zip that bag up. You will hear that after Adam and Kayla permanently hid Harmony's remains, that their relationship became more frayed. Adam struggled with the loss of Harmony and his mental health suffering. Adam and Kayla separated briefly. That was in the spring of 2020 before reconciling. But Adam continued to spiral, and a year later was arrested after another episode. He went to rehab, then stayed at a sober house before going to Maine with Kelsey Small, which was where he was in December of 2021 when Kayla told him to return to New Hampshire and help her deal with the police. Joined with the murder and related charges is a second-degree assault charge. That allegation is that Adam knowingly caused bodily injury to Harmony in July of 2019 by striking her in the face with a fist. Harmony did get a black eye during the summer of 2019, and no question about it, Adam did react when he saw Harmony trying to smother her brother, jerking her away to stop her, but that is not what caused the black eye. On July 22nd of 2019, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, came up from Florida to the house. He saw Harmony's black eye, prompting a conversation about her. During this conversation, Adam told Kevin about a time when he walked in to find Harmony smothering then 5-month-old Declan. Harmony had her hand wrapped around his mouth, causing him to turn blue. Adam pushed Harmony away while checking on Declan. Then, a week later, upon returning to Florida, I believe it was July 29th, Kevin made a report to New Hampshire DCYF. And he told DCYF that Adam gave Harmony a black eye, conflating what Adam had said. A veteran caseworker, Demetrios Saros, responded that very same day, the 29th, to investigate. Though the encounter was brief, he did see Adam and Harmony outside the house getting into a car. And when he saw Harmony, he observed no concerns. He also followed up, paying another visit on August 7th. This time he did see a small red mark in Harmony's right eye and faded bruising under the eyelid. He spoke to Harmony alone, asked probing questions to find out what may or may not have happened, and then, after doing his job, left the visit satisfied that there was no substantiated evidence of abuse. I am getting ready to step down, but before I do, there is just one more instruction I need to discuss. The court has instructed you that you are to decide this case not on sympathy, but on the evidence and the evidence alone. This case involves the tragic and senseless death of Harmony, an innocent 5-year-old and it triggers perfectly understandable, innate human emotions, and it would be a human not to feel them. But as was discussed during the jury selection process, and as you've been instructed by the court, you all have a difficult yet necessary task: deciding this case not on emotion, not on sympathy, but on the evidence. And after you have heard all of the evidence, after you've heard all the evidence in this case and apply the facts to the law, you will know that Adam did not murder his daughter or engage in witness tampering with Kayla. Kayla was an equal participant in the cover-up. She alone knows how Harmony died, and she won't tell. At this trial's conclusion, we will ask you to follow the evidence you have heard and find Adam not guilty of murdering his daughter, witness tampering with Kayla, and second-degree assault. Witness tampering with Kayla and second-degree assault.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard opening statements. As I told you when I gave you my preliminary instructions, we would generally be taking a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break, and I do look for natural breaking points in a trial to do that. I think this is one of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break now, so use the restroom, have a drink of water, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and begin the evidence. All right, all rise for the jurors, please.
I muted you for a quick second, JB, because I could hear some echo. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I added JB's mama. Sorry.
I'm here.
Hey,
Nightbot didn't want me here. Nightbot didn't want me here, but I'm here.
You are here. You are here. And I'm like, Nightbot does not get to, say things and do things he's not allowed to do.
Right? I was like, I've never. I got spammed and timed out the first time ever on YouTube.
That was funny. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. He's being a poophead.
Yeah. SRB says Nightbot is not very forgiving. So quickly before, because I asked JB if she would come up and do a quick recap for us. So I'm going to have her do that here in just a second. But before I do, I am so sorry if I scared the bejesus out of everybody a while ago with the shut up thing. I did not realize I had the volume up as loud as I did, and it was super loud. I knew it was coming, and it still even scared the poopy out of me. So, okay. So, JB, recap us if you would like to. Hey, QB.
Hello.
QB.
JB, you're back.
I am back.
You're the official automod tester now.
The what?
The official automod tester.
The automat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you have to do the things and then get timed out, and then we'll be like, we'll see you in a minute.
I guess so.
Oh, I felt bad. I felt
He like
bad.
backtracked. He like went back and got her. She didn't even do it after you set him up.
Jeez. I was like, holy cow. And then when I went to look, it said Morgana got timed out for like 5 seconds or something for using emojis. I'm like, wait a minute. And I went in and I like disabled all the different things. I'm like, you, mister. And you guys, I'm a Transformer fan. So I'm going to have to tell, I don't know if there's a way I can change names. I doubt if there is, but I would like to call him Autobot.
Yes.
Right.
Autobot. I don't think you can change him though. Let me think for a second. Yeah, I don't think you can.
Yeah,
but
I don't.
I'll
That's fine.
look it up, but I don't think you can. We will refer to him as Autobot.
I love Autobot. All right. I know I love my emojis too, Morgana. That's what I'm saying, JB. You use all the caps you want.
Right? I was like, I just given a warning.
Right? And the
JB was like, I ain't never in my life been tongue
I
out.
hadn't.
Rude.
Man, I've been out of chats for like 3 years now, and I ain't never.
Oh, he comes in and acts like he owns the dang place. Come on.
Facts.
All right. So, JB, please recap anybody new that's come in on what has happened so far. She's got notes, you guys. Notes.
Oh, I'm telling you. I will say this, just for the obvious. I do have 3 full sides of sheets in my notebook of the prosecution opening statement, and only about a half a page for the defense because they were rambling and obviously kind of putting out there some stuff that they want to present. But anyways, so first off, Pross opened their statement at 9:15. Harmony was born on June 7th, 2014. Adam gained custody of Harmony on February of 2019. Key dates is that the abuse towards Harmony began in July of 2019. Her assumed unaliving was in December of 2019. The abuse towards her after that was between December and March. December of 2019 to March 2020. And then Adam is allegedly have disposed of Harmony in March of 2020. The time frame where everything happened and every Harmony was November 27th and December 7th of 2019. Harmony was abused, allegedly, back starting in 2019. She was only 35 pounds. For a 5-year-old, she was only 35 pounds. That says a lot.
Yeah, goodness gracious.
Let's see here. I'm trying to recap it as a shorter version. Sorry, y'all. Because a lot of this goes into really, really bad stuff after this. Between the statements that Adam made to Kayla about, I really hurt her this time, were to believe to happen on the morning of November 27th. After those statements that were made by Adam, Kayla could allegedly hear sounds from Harmony.
If you're not able to, JB, if you get to a point where you just have to stop, don't worry about it. I don't want you to force yourself to.
No. This is okay. I'm just trying to approach it gingerly. Because the way I have it wrote down, I want to put it out there a little bit more.
Right.
Gingerly.
Okay, good deal.
Their vehicle that they were in at the time broke down on the corner of Webster and Elm. That's when it was discovered that Harmony was no longer with us. Allegedly. That is when Adam decided to put little Harmony in a duffel bag. And that's where she stayed. Until approximately December 9th. That's when the duffel bag was put inside of a cooler and was kept outside in a walkway of his believe it was his mother. Was it his mother or his mother-in-law? But anyways, outside of her apartment or condo.
I think it was his grandmother, right?
Mm,
Or no,
It
was
was,
that a different time? That was a different time.
this is the cooler.
Okay, okay, yeah, that mother-in-law then.
Mhm.
Kayla's mother.
In January, they moved into a family transition shelter where she was kept out of the cooler in the duffel bag, referring to Harmony, and was kept in a closet and then moved to through a vent in the ceiling and kept on the ceiling tiles. Adam's fingerprints and palm prints were on the ceiling tiles where the bag was kept. They got to an apartment after that on Union Avenue. Oh, do we got movement? Sorry. Y'all
Oh,
gonna
you're
have to help
good.
me on time.
You're good. Go ahead. I mean, I
Okay.
I don't know. Just go ahead and whenever they start moving in, then we'll go ahead and just pause it. But yeah.
Okay. Once they were in an apartment, that's when the real abuse towards Harmony's body happened. And I'm not going to go into full detail, but she basically went from a duffel bag to a tote bag. You can imagine the sizing of that and what all was probably needed to do that. There is proof that he had purchased certain items on February 6th at Home Depot where he worked. In March, Adam asked a friend of his to help him get a U-Haul and a U-Haul van. This friend and his girlfriend were the ones that got it. They had also had Adam and Kayla and the kids, and unfortunately the tote bag, were in a hotel room. The girlfriend of this friend who helped get the U-Haul seen the bag in the little refrigerator of the hotel room. Adam stated several times, and I'll edit if you want me to, Jenny, I fudged up
Okay.
multiple times to this friend. Adam stated he would not go into detail. That night that he got the U-Haul van, he left
Mm-hmm.
the hotel room, leaving Kayla and the two boys,
Mm-hmm.
and taking the tote bag with him. The U-Haul van is seen skipping tolls on the Tobin Toll Bridge, and there is photo evidence of that.
Oh wow.
Adam also stated to friends multiple times after this that LE law enforcement were wasting their time looking for Harmony. After this time, after March, Adam then started to abuse Kayla to prevent her from talking.
Mm.
And that happened for a long time. Adam lied several times to people, saying that he had given Harmony back to her mother in November of 2019. But then again, it was also stated that Adam hated Harmony's mother and therefore probably hated Harmony as well, because it was a reminder. The defense's opening, again, started at 9:15 and they ended at 10:03. Defense started their opening shortly after 10:04. They want to press that it is Kayla that did these things to Harmony, other than Adam admitting to tampering with evidence. what is it? Falsifying criminal evidence and abuse of a corpse. He did plead guilty to that yesterday. But prosecution is trying to say that Kayla caused the death. That Kayla was the last one to see Harmony. That Kayla is the one who is trying to get the lesser end to make a deal and make it work for her. Back in June of 20, Adam is alleging that he saw Harmony abusing her infant sibling. And that's why Adam's uncle Kevin reported to DCF. Those are some key points that I pulled out from the very short opening that prosecution put out. Again, prosecution opening started at 10:04 and ended at 10:37. So there wasn't very many notes to take on that one, other than the fact that they were trying to put it all on Kayla.
Yeah.
So,
I figured that was kind of where they were going to go with that. I mean, that was the only other thing, right?
yeah,
and
sorry, Steph, you probably right. I may have said defense instead of, or said prosecution instead of defense. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I think people understand. But I was just like, I was really waiting on a big story to come out, like, because of the whole, like, oh, well, she got a hold of,
A substance that they were using is what I thought they were going to say.
right. I thought they were going to say that, or that he was going to say, she got caught playing with GUN. Because he obviously was in trouble on this weapons charge and weapons trial and all that,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
The one thing that also got me was prosecution was trying to say that Harmony was discovered unalive when the car broke down at Webster and M. Well, instead of being found there, they're trying to say she was found in the middle of the night at the Colonial Village apartments where they were staying at.
Yeah.
That is when everything happened. That is when she was discovered.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know that every single detail that Kayla gives is truth.
Right.
But especially if there are bits and parts of it to keep her from looking guilty, other than what she's already admitted to.
Right.
Which is plenty, right?
Yep.
But I'm just thinking, she may be saying things and
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. Of course, he's going to put it off on her naturally.
No way she was a mastermind. No
No.
way.
Nope.
No, I don't believe it either.
No way.
Yep.
No, it's like I was saying just a while ago. I mean, we saw her on whenever we were watching just the recap of the weapons trial when she was on the stand. She could barely keep her eyes open. Then,
and I'm not saying she's not culpable, okay?
Right.
And I know she was abused, and I know she was afraid. I don't doubt that, okay?
Right.
She's still culpable.
Right.
But mastermind, come on, man, come on.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That's all they got.
They did show, evidence. The prosecution did show evidence where Kayla was being abused. I mean, there was photos of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the defense showed evidence that she perjured herself on stand. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, let's think about it. As much drugs as they were doing, neither one of them can probably keep their story straight.
Right.
I mean, and the diva is being extra this morning, so I'm probably going to mute, but I thought she settled down, so I came back, but
looks like
Yeah.
Oh no, not quite yet.
Looks like they're coming back. It's really funny. I have to say this really quick, but the prosecutor right there, he reminds me of one of my cousins. The way he looks in the face and the way he talks. He sounds like one of my cousins and looks like one of my cousins. It's very weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm assuming the defense attorney is a public defender,
I'm assuming
I,
so.
I believe so.
and whoever said he's a little man, he's either a little man or that prosecutor is a big man. Oh,
Hmm.
Yeah.
sorry, y'all.
Mhm.
That's how she feels about all of this. All right, I'm muting.
Steph, my cousin is a good person. He's a very, very good person, but he's married. Recently married and has several children. So Abigail says, honestly, you guys remember innocent until proven guilty. I think we should wait and see what they say. Then we can determine if that guy deserves 14 life sentences or 37.
That's true. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we do have to let the judicial process go and do its thing.
You're right.
It's obviously
Thank
up
you.
into the jury's hands and what the prosecution and defense can present to them.
Abigail, you're keeping me in check. You're keeping me and everybody here in check, and I appreciate that. That's my goal for, like I've said, that's my goal for this channel is to remember innocent until proven guilty. This is one that I'm struggling really hard with.
Yeah, there's a lot of substantial evidence to prove certain things.
Struggling. I'm struggling really hard. And you know what? Here's the thing. Even if he was innocent of, even if he is, I'm not going to say was, I'll say, even if he is innocent of this, okay, he's still a piece of crap. He's still
Yeah.
a piece of crap as a human.
Mhm.
Anybody that can do that to a woman, anybody that can hide and abuse their biological child's corpse, no, they're a piece of crap. And he's already said he's guilty of that. So,
Also, let me just say, I said it in the chat. Let me just say this: that baby was not trying to suffocate that infant.
Mm-mm.
That baby was
mm-mm.
trying to keep
No.
him quiet so she didn't get in trouble, and probably how she had seen it done before.
Yeah.
And I hate it. It angered me when he kept saying that she was trying to suffocate her little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We are not making this child a victim. I mean, the enemy.
Perpetrator, right?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm
Right.
sorry, but that really angered me.
I'll have
Well,
to be
good.
right back,
I'm glad.
guys. I'm gonna mute, but I'll be right back.
Okay, JB, no worries.
We do have
All right,
exhibit.
we have audio, so
All right, cool.
ready for this first witness. I wonder who it's going to be. Probably going to be one of the, like, what they call them, civil witnesses, or do you think they're going to come straight out of the gate with an expert witness of some sort? QB, I appreciate you, and honey, I feel the same way that you do. Children that age, children at 4 and 5 years old, everything they do is learned behavior. They learn it from seeing someone else do it. And so she's either seen someone do that, or she was terrified that she was going to get the crap beat out of her um, for the baby being loud. And she was just trying to keep it quiet,
You
you
can
know?
sort of do it simultaneously. If you have a witness advocate, they can bring them in. I'm going to bring the jurors in now. Okay.
Or it's been done
All
to
rise
her.
for the jury, please.
And keep in mind, anybody listening, the baby that we're talking about that she had covered its mouth is fine. That baby didn't. There was nothing wrong with that baby. Um, Nothing happened to that child. That baby. But yes, remember to take a break if you need to. This is incredibly triggering to us moms, especially. And my girl, my baby girl, she's 4. This is tough. But I also feel like almost as like protective over this case as I did with Kaylee Anthony. And
Rise the jury.
Mm. I know the bio mom had said in an interview that the only reason for him wanting Harmony was for disability check for his drugs. So my question, would this then result in a fraud case on him also? I have no idea. I have no clue. That's a good question though.
Please be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your first witness.
The state calls Michelle Raftery.
Well, Abigail, you just keep reminding reminding yourself of what you said. If you need a break, you take a break. I don't need it. I don't want anybody to be having nightmares tonight. Yeah, I know, Steph. I see her, and she's in there right now just playing and hanging out, and
Raise your right hand.
I
Do you swear that the testimony that you will provide will be
squeezed and hugged her little face off the last few days.
You can make yourself comfortable, Ms. Rafferty. There's a microphone in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you speak into that so that everyone can hear what you're saying. Can you begin by stating and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep. Michelle Raftery, Raftery.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Rafferty?
9/11/70,
Where do you currently live?
Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
In Haverhill, about 25 years.
Who do you live there with?
My husband and 3 of my children.
And what's your husband's name?
Timothy.
And your children? What
The
are their
ones that are home?
ages?
Oh, their ages?
Yes.
Ben's 25, Jaden is 14, and Claire is 13.
And do you have children that live with you?
Those are the ones that live with me. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a behavioral health partner
And how long have you done that?
for a year.
Prior to that, what did you do for a living?
I was a FRL, a family resource liaison.
And can you explain what that is to the jurors?
Yes, I work with foster parents and I help support them and run support groups and trainings for them.
Do you have any experience as a foster parent yourself?
Yes, I do. Over 13 years.
And can you tell the jury about that experience?
Yes, we had the privilege of being Harmony's foster parents.
And you mentioned the name Harmony just now.
Yep.
Who is she to you?
She was our foster daughter,
What did she call you?
Mama.
Your husband, Tim, what did she call him?
She called him Dada and Papa.
You said that you'd been a foster parent for 13 years?
Yep.
What point in that timeline, those 13 years, did you take Harmony in?
Like probably halfway through the years. Yep. So she came to us at 2014.
And tell us about that.
Yep. So you always start off, you get a phone call from DCF and they tell you a little bit about the child. And Harmony was 2 months old at the time, and she had a pretty intimidating diagnosis at first. So, I did a lot of Google research, but I still knew that we wanted to say yes. And Harmony came and lived with us when she was 2 months old.
Pretty intimidating. What were you told about Harmony before?
So we were told that she has hydroprocephaly, which is like a disorder with her brainstem. And we were told that she was legally blind in both eyes, and that she probably wasn't going to live 7 months.
I'm sorry, can you say that last thing?
Yeah, that she probably wasn't going to live past 7 months old. Hydroprocephaly was the original first diagnosis.
You mentioned this blindness.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about that?
So at that time, she had a whole team of doctors, and she was considered legally blind in both eyes. However, I started to notice when I would feed Harmony that she would track me with one of her eyes, at least one of her eyes. And, then we went on to get different diagnoses for her.
You mentioned having Harmony since she was 2 months old.
Yes.
What was Harmony's date of birth?
6/7/14.
June 7th, 2014.
That's correct.
What kind of child was Harmony Montgomery?
She was a loving child. She was very sweet, very happy. She was super social. She loved to be with people. We used to joke around with her to leave a sparkle wherever she went, because wherever she went, she left people happy and you knew that you met her.
How long was Harmony in your care for?
So which time? We we took care of Harmony 3 times. She came back into care 3 times. So for the first time, she was with us for about 2 months. Then she returned to her mother, and then she returned to us. And then she stayed with us for about a little over 2.5 years. And then she went back with her mother and then came back 10 months later.
You mentioned these disabilities.
Yes.
Was Harmony developmentally delayed?
She was not. It definitely could have been a possibility. She started off with that original diagnosis, and through going through testing, she had a neurologist, endocrinologist, ophthalmologist, and we had a whole team of specialists that worked with her, and they changed the diagnosis to septo-optic dysplasia.
And were you taking any steps when she was in your care to treat her needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Harmony had, like I said, a team of doctors, but she also had early intervention workers. So she had two. She had a nurse that came weekly, and she had a vision specialist that came weekly, and we did all the treatments and the programs that she needed with that.
Was she meeting benchmarks at that time?
She was meeting every benchmark. She was succeeding. Yeah.
Ms. Rafferty, when was the last time you saw Harmony Montgomery?
The last time I saw Harmony was December of 2018.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, geez, just 1 year earlier, 1 year before she died.
Your Honor, I'm showing
Lord,
the-
give this
the
woman
marker
some strength.
identification is State's Exhibit 97. Ms. Rafferty, do you recognize this?
I do.
I'm going to get close to a microphone so I'm picked up. What is this?
That's the day that they were doing school pictures, and she wanted to have a sparkly blue dress.
And do you recognize the person that's depicted in this picture?
Yes,
Who is it?
it's Harmony Montgomery.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Harmony as you remember her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to admit as State's Exhibit 97.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish at this
You
point.
may
Your Honor.
publish it.
Mrs. Rafferty, do you know someone named Adam
I do.
Montgomery?
Yes,
How do you know him?
he was Harmony's biological father.
Would you recognize the defendant if you saw him again?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes, you may.
Showing the defense was been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 101.
So she's gonna have to show a picture, or she's gonna have to be shown a picture of the
Yes, you may.
Ms. Rafferty,
non-human
recognize this item?
thing,
Yes,
and
can you tell me what it is?
it's Adam Montgomery.
because he's not even there.
Your Honor, at this point, sorry, is this
It's
a
a
fair?
picture. Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Adam Montgomery as you remember him?
Yes.
I move to mark as full, Your Honor, to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 101.
Any objection?
No objection, and we agree that that is a photo of the defense.
Thank you. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish it at this
You
point.
may publish it.
Ms. Rafferty, was
I'm sorry, Attorney Knowles, would you return the exhibits back to the table when you're done with them, just so that everything remains there unless you're going to use it shortly
Absolutely.
again? Thank you.
Ms. Rafferty, was Harmony potty trained when she was in your care?
Yes, she was. She started at our house, and then she finished when she moved back with her mother.
And how old would she have been at that point in her life?
So at 2.5, going on 3, she was potty trained.
What steps did you take to, you said she started at your house. What
Yeah.
steps did you take to potty train her?
Harmony was very easy to potty train. She didn't like to have, soiled clothes on, and she wanted to be like the bigger kids that were in our house. So she would tell us it was pretty much Harmony potty trained herself.
You mentioned her mother. Do you know
Yes.
her name?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors?
Yes, it's Crystal Sorey.
And you said that Crystal Sorey finished her potty training.
Yes.
Did Harmony return to your care after that?
She did. Yes.
And after Harmony returned to your care, did she have any bathroom accidents?
Absolutely not.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Referee, I don't have any additional questions for you. The defense attorney may.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know this is difficult and I won't be long, okay?
I'm sorry, we need to get you a microphone, and we'll figure out the other podium if you want to do that, but we might as well set it up.
I'll just take it over for now. I only have a few.
Yeah, that's fine, if you want to start there.
I've been pronouncing your name all this time wrong. Rafferty?
It's Rafferty, yes.
And quite a birthday you have too.
That's right.
Yeah. So you said that you had Harmony placed with you 3 times.
Yes.
In between, she was with her mother.
Yes.
And then she would be returned to you.
Yes.
And how long was the most recent time how long was she with you the last time she was placed with you?
About 10 months.
Okay. And from being placed with you for about 10 months, she went to another foster care?
Yes.
And you felt like she had more needs than you could deliver, so she went to a therapeutic foster care?
No.
Miss Kumba? That's not?
I don't know that other foster parent.
Ah.
Hey,
okay.
Joanna.
So she didn't go to therapeutic foster care?
She went to another foster home.
Okay. Not a therapeutic one?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Had you asked that she be placed in a therapeutic foster home?
No.
Okay. She left your home for another foster home for what reason?
It's a long story. Co-parenting a child that has trauma, first of all, is very difficult. Co-parenting a trauma with DCF involvement and co-parenting with them is extremely difficult.
Okay. So Harmony was placed with you 3 times, and that last time she was then placed to a therapeutic foster home.
She was placed in another foster home, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
Yep.
did misspeak. Speak. She went to another foster home.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, no further questions for this witness. I ask that she be excused.
Any objection? All right, you may step down and
Thank
you are
you.
excused.
So you guys, Joanna's in the chat now, and I wanted to wait until she popped in. But look, I have to show you something. Hold on, let me fix this. I got to take this down for a minute and stand up so you can see this. Look, this is a gift from Joanna. It's a true crimey t-shirt. Oh, sorry. That's my alarm to get ready to start watching for Kiddo on the bus. Thank you, Joanna. I really appreciate it. I love it. and it fits perfectly. It's super cute, right? There was another shirt. It's like a pink and white, long sleeved top with like hearts on it. It's really pretty. Let me grab that real quick. Hold on. Okay. And then there was this top. Super cute. And then check this box out. It's got little gnomes. And she's blinged the top of the box out.
That's super cute.
Isn't that cute? It's one of those like little cute
Keepsake
little boxes.
boxes.
Yes.
Mm.
But she blinged it out with those little diamonds and some little pearls. Super pretty. I love it. Joanna's
Those
amazing.
those are awesome, Joanna.
Thank you, Joanna. Oh, and Joanna, look what Gail sent me. Gail sent me this little gavel. Whack, whack, whack. Order in the cart. Order in the cart. Order in the cart.
I love it.
Super cute, right? All right, let me put us back. But yeah, I got it yesterday, Joanna. It was funny because I got the friend mail from you and Gail on the same day, and literally, Jolie like broke into the to Gail's package, and then I started peeking into the package from you, and um, then Jolie was like, "Let me have it. Let me have it. Let me have it. Let me have it." So she stole my candy. Joanna sent me like a little Russell Stover's heart um, candy box, and yeah, she got into it. Hmm.
That's how my little one is. He sees candy and he's like, mine.
Mm-hmm. Uh, sorry, I'm just sending you a thing back, JB.
That's okay.
All
But I will
right.
be wearing earbuds unless I
Okay.
have to divert for other reasons.
No worries. No worries. No worries. Um, but yes, Joanna, thank you so much. I love my shirt, and I love this, and I love my box. I'm going to use this box to keep
Next witness.
some of my special drills in.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Hmm. Yes, it is. Thank you. Friend mail from Joanna is always fun, and then this that little gavel is so cute. And
I
I got
love
I always anytime you get friend mail from Joanna, you're going to get a piece of George or Fiona. George and Fiona are her big, giant, enormous dogs. And so, yeah, I found a little Georgie Porgy or Fiona hair. But you know what? I say that, and some people are like, I love getting. Uh, this is the mom. This is the bio mom.
Yes, this is Crystal Savvy.
If you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Sawyer, since we're being recorded here today, and there's a microphone right in front of you, so I will ask you to please keep your voice up to make sure that the recording picks you up. Would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Crystal Renee Sorey, Crystalsorey.
And Ms. Sawyer, what town do you live in?
I live in Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
A year and 5 months.
And how far did you go in school?
I didn't graduate high school.
I'd like to ask you about a specific day, June 7th, 2014. What significance, if any, does that day have for you?
It was the day my daughter Harmony was born.
And Harmony was a girl, correct?
Yes.
Have you had any other daughters besides Harmony?
No.
And what was her full name?
Harmony Renee Montgomery.
Same middle name as you.
Yes.
What was her medical condition when she was born?
She was blind in her right eye. She was misdiagnosed twice before that. Yeah, just blind in her right eye.
And after about 3 months after she was born, who did she go to live with?
Michelle Rafferty.
And do you know Michelle?
Very well.
Why did she go to live with Michelle?
I am a recovering drug addict. I was struggling at the time, handling her diagnosis. I was struggling.
Is it fair to say that who you are now in 2024 is different than who you were in 2014?
Very.
In March of 2016, were you able to obtain custody of Harmony again?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the two of you live?
First, when she reunified, I was at Casa Esperanza in Roxbury. It was a reunification program, but you could only progress so much there. So then we moved to Ruth Kelly Umi's house on the other side of Roxbury, Dorchester.
Okay. When the two of you were living together, how was Harmony?
Amazing, rambunctious, very smart. By the time she was 2, she could tell you her whole life story.
She was talkative?
Yes. People didn't believe she was 2.
When you got custody and were reunified with Harmony in those two places, did you work and finish potty training with Harmony?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And how did she take to that?
She did very well, honestly. I was kind of surprised. She was just really excited to be a big sister. Her brother had diapers, and I told her, babies wear diapers, and you're not a baby anymore. You're a big sissy. So she was right on it, and she did so well.
In September and then October, I know you were reunified in March of 2016. In September and October of 2018, did she go to live again with Michelle Rafter?
Yes.
And when she left, then that would be the fall of 2018. How old was she?
2018. 3, I believe 3, almost 4.
Yeah, basis.
It's leading in with, I think, the dates.
Your Honor, I believe the question was, how old was she in the fall of 2018?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So she was born in 2014, is that correct?
She was 4, yes.
Okay, so she was 4 in 18.
Yes.
And was she fully potty trained when she left you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, Who was Harmony's birth father?
Adam Montgomery.
And how did you meet him?
Through a mutual friend.
Was he living with you when Harmony was born?
No.
Were the two of you living together when Harmony went to live with the Raftertys?
Never.
Did you ever have any other children with Adam Montgomery?
No.
At some point in 2019, who got custody of Harmony?
Adam.
Where was Adam living at the time?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Do you remember what street he was living on?
Guilford Street.
And is that where Harmony was as well?
Yes.
What, if any, visits did you have with Harmony after she went to live with Adam Montgomery?
I had 2 physical visits with her. And then I had 2 FaceTime calls, both very brief.
The physical visits, where did you visit her?
Excuse me. Guilford Street.
Did you visit with her outside the home or inside the home?
Inside the home.
Inside the home. Did you see where her room was?
No. He never showed me.
When you say he, who is he?
Adam never showed me. I was only allowed in the living room or the bathroom.
How did you communicate with Adam at that time?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah. He wouldn't give me his number.
When did you last see Harmony?
April
Of
2019.
April of 2019.
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
Oh, I was doing a Facebook video call. That was how I had job training. So I couldn't do a physical visit that week because I didn't know my schedule.
You said that was before Easter, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see her on Easter?
Yes.
Were you able to see her after that?
No.
What did you try to do to be able to see her or talk to her after that?
I just kept reaching out to Adam and Kayla and, asking, begging them to let me see her. And I was sorry for whatever I did. I wasn't even sure what I did. But I was just trying to reach out to really anybody at that point, his family, his grandmother, his uncle, his dad, anybody.
Let me ask, did you try to reach out through the months of May and June?
Yes.
What about in July?
I believe so.
Did you receive any phone call from Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, in July?
Yes.
I'm not going to go into the detail of what was said, but after that call, did you continue these efforts you talked about before, trying to get in touch with Adam?
Yes.
And what about September of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
What about October and November of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
Christmas of 2019?
Yes.
Get in touch with him then?
Yes.
Were any of those successful?
No.
Did you see or hear from Harmony at all during that time period?
No.
What about in the year 2020? Did you continue to try to find and get in touch with Harmony or Adam?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No problem. What about the following year, in the year 2020? Did you try to get a hold of Adam and Harmony?
Yes, I had made a new Facebook hoping, because he had blocked me and so did Kayla, I was hoping to get through to him that way.
Did you try also through 2021?
Yes.
By December of 2021, what else were you doing to try to find Harmony?
I was
to respond.
I was, calling DCF. I was, telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
And in December of 2021, did you have any meetings with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry.
Yep. In December of 2021, did you meet with the Manchester Police Department about trying to find Harmony?
Yes.
And with regards to that, did you provide them with any permissions to try to get more information to help find Harmony?
I signed whatever they needed me to sign.
Did any of that include medical authorizations for medical records?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA swab for them?
Twice.
Did you provide permission for them to look at your Facebook account?
Yes.
Did you provide permission for them to find out where you had been living and contact those places to confirm your dates there?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101.
For identification?
I believe we made this.
I'm sorry, that's full exhibit. Thank you.
Do you recognize this person?
Yes. Kayla Montgomery.
This is the person that you were trying to get a hold of.
Yes.
Show now State's Exhibit 97.
That's my girl. That's Harmony.
In the fall of 2018, she went back. Do you know that she was going to school?
When she was with Michelle, she was, but not after.
Not after.
No.
You explain what you mean by that.
When she went with Adam, she never went to school.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could approach.
Wonder what they're breaking for. Mm,
Are they sidebarring?
they may be. SRB said, how could DCF ignore her requests? They did. I mean, they did a lot. They it seemed like every time there was any sort of I mean, the mom here sitting here, she had to literally write the mayor to
Yep.
try to get help.
I honestly feel like they discriminated against her because she was a recovering addict, because she didn't have custody. Are they back? Sorry.
It looks like they're coming back.
Okay.
Ms. Sori, I just have one last question for you. With regards to all of those communications that you talked about through 2019, 2020, 2021, trying to get a hold of Adam Montgomery or Harmony, for any of those, were you ever able to speak with Harmony?
No.
I can have just a moment. And just to clarify, Ms. Sori, the last time that you saw her, I believe your testimony before was April of 2019.
Yes.
So it was not around Thanksgiving time of 2019.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Roy. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
I'll pull it out after this. I'll pull it out after this because I only have a couple of questions. And it sounds like Harmony was a lovely child and a joy. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described on direct her getting potty trained and you comparing her to her brother,
Yeah.
your son.
Yes.
And I think she loved being a big sister to her brother, your son.
Yes.
Right. And you described how old Harmony was in September of 2018, I think. Harmony was not living with you at that time. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may sit down. Just be very careful of the water.
Okay, SRB, no worries. No worries. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you when you're able to get back. She may be pregnant, Joanna. I'm not positive. She kind of looks like she might be, but I mean, that's probably rude for me to just say that. So, just assuming, but you know. I wonder, you guys, do you think Kayla will be on the stand today or tomorrow or next week? What are your thoughts?
I think they're going to bring Kayla up pretty quick. They're probably going to establish the early years of Harmony,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're going to probably bring Kayla up pretty quick to tell what happened.
Yeah.
So, but that's personal opinion.
Mm. I think they're going to have a sidebar because I just heard him say, "I wish to speak to you about this." I think it's got to do with the next witness they're talking about bringing up. Oh,
Probably so.
court reporter was just boogieing. Did you see her?
Mm-hmm.
She was like, "Oh, let me get back around here. Let me get back around here." We're not being rude. She looks puffy, says Joanna. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna have to go take my phone with me and start watching for the school bus. You guys.
Mm-hmm.
You two can chit chat if you want to, or not if you can't. Yeah, I just got a message said they're on their way from the stop sign. So I'll be back in just a few minutes as soon as I get him in the door and get him a quick bite to eat. But I'll have my
Oh, you're
phone with
good.
me.
It's okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'll have to go recap that first witness. I didn't get to hear that one. I had to step away for a minute. So I'll recap here probably after court today.
Okay. What I was saying though was that they really, it sounded like they really treated her like a bother, and you know, that she was an addict and that she had lost custody and all these things because they just ran her around. Like they're like, here, you go here, and they knew that she couldn't do anything when she went here because she didn't have
They really did.
custody. And then they sent her over here, and they're like, oh yeah, but you can't do this unless you can do this. And she's like, well, I can't do that. And they're like, yeah, so I don't know what to tell you. And they just ran her around and around.
Yeah.
And it's just it's sad.
It is. It seems like that she's, fortunately, she looks like she is somebody who has gotten to a very stable condition from recovery.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
she was honestly just trying to establish and maintain that contact with Harmony.
Yep. Yep.
Because I mean, she even knew and had pictures of her while Harmony was with her foster family.
Yep.
You know.
I just so many failures.
Mm-hmm. And I was surprised that prosecution did bring up that what DCF did with allowing Adam to take her and have not known her very much and, things along that line. I was
Yeah.
surprised that prosecution brought that up because that
Yeah.
falls at fault on a state agency.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to be able to hide the fault
Mm-mm.
throughout this trial if everything comes out. I think he was protected by the friend.
Yeah.
I think I'd be interested to see the records of the home visits.
Yeah.
Because there's no way they did a proper home visit.
And who did the proper visit? Or who
Yeah,
did the home visit?
exactly.
Not
Exactly.
just
I mean,
how
if
did it go, but who did it?
yeah, and if this baby was 35 pounds, and it said, I was reading an article that said at one point she was like 50 pounds. So she clearly lost weight. It wasn't
After
that
she
she was
went to
just
Adam.
small. Yeah, it wasn't that she was just small.
Okay. It looks like that we're getting ready to
Yep,
start with
they're
another
coming back.
witness.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Travers, let me just ask you, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name or the initials you go by and your last name for the record?
Sure. My first name is DD, just spelled as DD. Last name is Travers, TRAV as in Victor, ERS.
And Ms. Travers, do you live in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
Approximately 20 years.
20 years. And currently, where do you work?
I work for a Catholic Medical Center in Manchester.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I work as a nurse practitioner.
And how long have you been working as a nurse practitioner for them?
I've been working about 5 years as a nurse practitioner.
And prior to that, were you also working for a CMC in a different capacity?
Yes, I was working as a registered nurse.
Let me ask you, at any point were you assigned to work at the affiliate for Catholic Medical Center, the urgent care in Bedford?
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention specifically to June 2nd of 2019. Did you take vital signs from a child named Harmony Montgomery that day?
Yes.
And as part of those vital signs, did you measure and record her weight?
Yes.
How much did Harmony Montgomery, the patient that you saw that day, weigh when you saw her on June 2nd of 2019?
I don't recall the actual number.
Let me ask, with regards to those, when you measured her weight, did you record that information somewhere?
I would record it in the electronic health records.
Okay. And with regards to the electronic health records, when do you record that? So,
Generally, it's done in the room with the patient.
so right then and there, while you're with the patient, you're recording that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a chance to look at those records, do you think that looking at those records might help refresh your recollection as to what the weight was that you took on that day?
If I could look again, I could remember the number. Yeah, that'd be great.
Your approach, page 4822. Do you recognize that to include the medical records that you entered that day?
Yep, it has my name right there.
Okay.
And
And I'm about to say, I'm going to have you go ahead and take a look at it for a moment. And when you're ready, just look back at me. I'm going to ask you what her weight was.
okay.
And does that, looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection of the weight?
Yes.
And how much did Harmony Montgomery weigh in June of 2019 when you measured her?
35.20.
35.20. And are those grams, those pounds? The
I'm sorry, I didn't
35.20.
look at that. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm sorry. The 35.20, is that pounds? 35 pounds? Or 35.20 pounds, I should say.
I didn't actually see that it said pounds on there, but
Okay. Let me ask, do you typically, when you do your measurements, are they in pounds or are they in kilograms?
they're usually in kilograms.
Usually in kilograms?
Mhm.
Well, I want to make sure that your memory is fresh. So with regards to the record, do you recall off the top of your head whether it was 35.2 kilograms or 35.2 pounds?
I don't recall.
Okay. And having a chance to look at the vital signs again, do you think that might refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Same page? Let's say, does that help? I see you nodding your head up and down. Does that help refresh?
Yes, yes.
So that 35.2 of those pounds or kilograms?
Pounds.
35.2 pounds. All right, thank you very much, Nurse Travers. I greatly appreciate it. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe Defense Counsel may have a few.
And I think Harmony's weight was appropriate for her size and age.
Foundation.
And another sidebar city.
We were on a break.
Yes.
So Joanna, I agree with you. The whole 2 years is crazy, but there was the COVID. Nobody was in person. He had cut off all of his family. He had blocked the mom from any contact to him or Kayla. And then he had told everybody that he took Harmony back to her mom at Thanksgiving of, was it 2019, JB?
Yeah, 2019.
And so there wasn't a whole lot of question. Plus they were moving around and, in their car and in shelters and in here. I mean, there wasn't any regular place that they were that someone would have noticed.
Well, I mean, you got to realize that he obtained custody of Harmony. Let me see here. Let me go back and look.
Was it 2017? 2014? No, she was born 2014.
Right. Adam got custody of Harmony in February of 2019.
Yep. Okay.
In June, they were at Adam's uncle's house, Kevin. And then by November, they were evicted from their home.
Yep. And the uncle had left, and the uncle reported.
Yes.
To
and
DCF.
I don't know.
Yep. I don't know when the friend at DCF came in. I don't know where he fits in.
That I don't know either. I'd have to go back and do super dig on that one. And we may find out.
I'm sure they're keeping it on the DL.
We'd never know.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, they've already called out the state agency for doing things. So I don't know. If somebody was reprimanded, there's no telling. We may have a supervisor or something like that. There's no telling. I'd have to go back and look at the possible witnesses. So
I'm sure they're hiding him under a rock somewhere. Well, I know he was either fired or he was transferred or he was not in that position anymore.
Right. And I'm sorry, a 5-year-old weighing 35 pounds?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
small.
That's on the low end of the percentile, I would think. Very low.
But again, okay, think of it this way though. It's very small, but she did have some medical issues. Okay. She was a tiny little frame.
Yeah.
And so with them not being anywhere.
Did you stay in until the doctor came in to look at Harmony?
No.
Okay. So you just pretty much take that information and give it to the doctor for the doctor to do the examination?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know the results of the examination, is that right?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any objections or being excused?
May I ask one more question, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. But one of the observations that you did make was the sores around her mouth.
That's what I wrote in the report, yes.
Okay. And that was a rash or sores around her mouth that she was present for, right?
Yeah, that's what I wrote in the report, yeah.
Thank you.
Any objection to her being, oh, do you have any follow-up questions from that?
We could just have a brief.
Yes.
No questions, and we would ask the witness to be excused, please.
Any objection? No objection. All right, you may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Kevin Montgomery to the stand.
I believe they just said Kevin Montgomery. That's Adam's uncle.
Watch your step, there's boards there.
You remain standing for just a moment.
Thank you. Mr. Montgomery, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Montgomery, as we are being recorded here for the record, could you please go ahead? And I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and state your name, both your first and your last name.
Sure, hang on one second. Could you carefully open that? Otherwise it can sort of come, top can open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you would please go ahead and state your full name and spell out both your first and your last name for the record.
Kevin Lester Montgomery, Kevin Montgomery.
And Mr. Montgomery, what town are you living in now?
Malden, Mass.
How long have you lived down there?
I've been back in the area since June
June of this year?
last year,
June of last year.
23.
Of course, sorry. And are you currently working?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I am a plumber.
And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
How long have you been a plumber?
Roughly 3.5 years ish.
What are some of the other kind of jobs that you had before being a plumber?
Landscaping. I was in the drywall, union, roofing,
Okay.
stuff like that.
I'd like to ask, in 2019, where were you living at the first part of 2019?
2019, first part of 2019, I was living in Manchester,
And what was the street address that you were living at?
77 Guilford Street.
Who owned that home?
Excuse me?
Who owned that home? Sorry.
My mom and my ex.
And who else lived there? Let me ask, let's say in February or March of 2019, who else lived there?
So it was me, My nephew, his wife, and their kids.
And who's your nephew, sir?
Adam Montgomery,
And who was his wife at the time?
Kayla Montgomery.
I'm going to go ahead and show you States Exhibits 1 and 2. Just see if, let's just talk about States Exhibit 1 for a moment. Do you recognize States Exhibit 1?
I do.
Okay. And what is that a photograph of?
The front of the house,
Which house?
77 Guilford Street.
And what about, and with regards to that photo, did the house look that way when you were living there in 2019? And by that, I just mean where the windows are, the door is, the color.
Yes.
Okay. And now I would like to show you States Exhibit 2 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize what that is a photo of?
I do.
What's that a photo?
That was Harmony's room.
Where was her room, inside this house or somewhere else? Did she live with you?
Yeah, her room was across from my room inside that house.
Other than the stickers that are at the bottom here, the photograph itself of the room and the home, are these accurate to your memory of what that room used to look like and what this home used to look like generally when you were there?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identifications to be stricken from States Exhibit 1 and 2, please.
Without objection. I'm sorry. No, without objection. Okay, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Montgomery, I'll go ahead. Permission to share.
Yes, you may.
Okay. With regards to States Exhibit 1, this is 77 Guilford Street? Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you, how many bedrooms were in the home? How big a house are we talking about?
Living room on the first floor, 2 bedrooms in the back, and then like an attic that was like made over upstairs.
When you say made over upstairs, was that also used as a bedroom?
Correct.
And I'm showing States Exhibit 2. I believe you said before, I want to make sure I got your testimony right, that this was Harmony's room. Is that right?
Yes.
The stickers on the wall, do you know what that's a sticker of?
Yes, that was Minnie Mouse.
Montgomery, excuse me. In 2019, you said, I believe before that you said that your nephew, Adam Montgomery, was living with you. Is that correct?
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, certainly. And let me move closer to the microphone. In 2019, I believe you testified a moment ago that you said Adam Montgomery was living with you and he's your nephew. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay. And so nephew in terms of, so who's his father? And I would assume his father or mother is a brother or sister to you.
So his dad's my older brother, Michael.
And with regards to Adam, how long have you known Adam?
His whole life.
Were you subpoenaed to be here today to testify?
I was.
And let me ask you, do you want to be here today testifying about your nephew?
No.
When Adam came to live with you at Guilford Street, I believe you said before that he had kids with him and that he had his wife. Could you tell us what her name is?
Adam's wife?
Yes.
Kayla
Okay.
Montgomery.
And the kids that moved in with him there in 2019, who were they? Do you remember their names, I should say?
I do. Could you say that question again, please?
Certainly. So when Adam and Kayla came to live with you, you said that there were kids in the home before. What were their names?
So when Adam and Kayla came in, who came with them?
Yes, exactly.
At first it was just Seamus.
Okay. And who is Seamus?
Seamus is their son.
Okay. Who came to live with you next after that? Which child came next?
I believe 2019. So I believe a baby was born somewhere, and then Harmony.
And then Harmony. So Harmony was the last child to move in?
I believe so.
Okay. We looked at a picture of Harmony's room. Where was that room in the house? Was it upstairs? Was it downstairs?
So it was downstairs at the end of the hallway on the right,
Okay. And where was your room in the home?
right across the hall.
Where did you see Harmony spend most of her time when she was in the house?
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm back from the school bus. Been back just a few minutes, but I wanted to stop and wait. You can tell that Uncle is super nervous and frustrated right here. It's sad to see too because he's literally like looks just like his brother, right? You can tell they're brothers. They sound like brothers, but I, you know, and I missed what they said about the brain injury. Did they say how he got the brain injury? Because I missed that part.
I don't know that they did mention it. If they did, I missed it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, same here. Because I know that he's had
Yeah.
one, so I don't know if it's just from knowledge itself or if
So, Mr.
something that
Montgomery,
was just
let me
mentioned.
just restate
So
that question for you. So the question that I had for you is that when you saw Harmony, primarily what parts of the house did you see her in? Where did she spend most of her time that you saw?
Just everywhere.
Just everywhere.
Kitchen,
Okay.
living room, just everywhere.
In July of 2019, did you stay in New Hampshire or did you go to any other state?
I lived in New Hampshire,
Mhm.
and then I went for roughly 3 weeks to Florida.
Okay. And let me ask you about that trip to Florida. Did any other family members go with you on that trip?
My son.
Your son? Okay. And when you were in Florida, did you visit any family members?
I did all my family.
Okay. Let me ask you, sir, when you were down in Florida visiting family, tell us some of the different family members that lived down there that you saw.
So the trip was primarily to go see my mom because my mom had some health issues. But I have several brothers. I saw them, nephews. sister, the whole family.
And I know testifying can be very difficult. So if you need a break or anything, you just let us know and let the court know. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You said that you were seeing your mother and she had some health issues. What health issues did she have?
So I believe that April she had triple bypass heart surgery. And that's what the trip was based around, was going to see her.
And did you spend a lot of time with her during that July trip?
I did.
Okay. When you came back, do you remember what day you flew back into town?
Roughly the 22nd or the 23rd of July.
And I apologize. I made an assumption there, and I shouldn't do that. How did you come back to New Hampshire? Did you fly? Did you drive? Did you take a train?
We flew, James and myself.
And when you flew back, and who's James?
James is my son.
Okay. So when you flew back into town, did you fly into Manchester or into Boston or somewhere else?
Boston, Logan.
Okay. Did you come back to Manchester that same day after you got off the flight?
I did.
Okay. And did you go to visit 77 Guilford Street? Did you go home?
I did.
Let me ask you, when you got home, did you see Harmony there?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I see her standing in the kitchen.
And when you saw her in the kitchen, how did she look to you?
She had a black eye.
Can you describe it for us? How did the black eye look?
Full, like a raccoon's eye, black and blue.
Black and blue?
Yes.
And when you say full, what do you mean by full? Can you give us a good
All the
example?
way around.
All the way around. And I see just there you were pointing to your right eye. Did you see it on her right eye?
I honestly can't recall, but I think the left.
Okay. You think the left. Okay. I appreciate that for your honesty there. You said you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye, what, if anything, did you say? It's okay. Take your time.
Something along the words of, "Oh my fucking God, what did you do, Harmony?"
And who answered that question?
My nephew Adam,
Where was he?
standing right behind her.
And what did Adam say?
She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house.
Did Harmony ever say anything in response to the question, or just Adam saying, I bashed her around the fucking house?
I think just Adam.
How did Adam say this?
How did he say it?
Yes. Or let's put it this way. Can you say it the way that he said it so that we understand?
I'm not sure if I had to describe it to the best of my ability. It would be like a cocky son of a bitch.
Did Adam tell you why he bashed her around the house and caused the black eye?
He did.
What did he say?
He said he was in the bathroom moving his bowels, and that he put Harmony in charge to watch Declan. And when he came out, Harmony had her hands over his mouth, and I guess his lips were supposedly below. That's what was explained.
That's what Adam explained to you?
Correct.
And after he explained that, how did he say he caused the black eye?
I bashed her around the fucking house.
Was there anybody else in the kitchen when Adam said this to you?
Just the three of us.
Just you, Adam, and Harmony.
Harmony.
Let me ask you, did you stay at your house that night?
I did.
What about the night after that?
I left the following morning.
Did you ever stay in the house after that? Overnight?
I did not.
When you heard this from Adam, who did you tell about what Adam told you and seeing the black eye? Who did you tell?
You want names?
Yes, please.
Told my mom. Told my son's mother, Christina. Told my sister, Erin. My brothers, Sean, Michael, and Richard. I told one of Adam's friends, Nick and Aaron. I told Harmony's mom, Crystal. I told Harmony's foster mom, Michelle. I think I told my sister Janine, my mother Helen. That's kind of what I remember. Oh. Could you just repeat the question again?
That's all right. I believe you answered the question.
Okay.
Let me ask, did you also make any calls to the what's called DCYF, or the Division of Children, Youth, and Families?
I did.
And the Nicholas and the Aaron that you referred to, is that Nicholas the same person as Nicholas Ahern?
Yes.
And is that Aaron the same person as Aaron Rue?
Yes.
Why did you tell all these people? Why did you call DCYF about this?
Say that again?
Yes. Why did you tell all of these people?
To get help.
Help for who?
For Harmony.
Did you ever see Harmony after that day?
I did.
When did you see her? And by when, I mean what time of year?
What time of year?
Yes.
Sidebar City. Ha.
We're on a break.
We were on a break. We were on a break.
We were on a break.
Oh, okay, Elizabeth, honey.
Bobby.
Good day, friends. Good day.
Good day. She working hard.
Margaret says, I wish by some miracle this guy would just plead guilty and spare the torture of everyone. This is awful. I know it.
I feel like yesterday was a set up. It was a set up. He was going to plead guilty to those charges so they could come in and say, see, he's taken, responsibility for the things he did.
Right. I
But
agree with you
it
on that
wasn't
one.
him. It's Kayla. It's Kayla.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, Kayla's culpable. I'm sorry. Abuse, not abuse. I
Mm-hmm.
get it. I've been in that situation. I get it. Okay. But
Yeah.
no, she's culpable as well. But mastermind, come on, man.
You know, and I don't think she's mastermind by any means. Yeah, she's responsible for not reporting things and things along that line. I get being scared to do that.
Yep.
I'm
I
with
do
you.
too.
QB is that, I've been in the same situation. I've seen it, personal experience.
Montgomery.
But at the same time,
Did you, and let me change my questions a little bit for a minute here. Did you see Harmony again in September of 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me ask, on when you did see her, was it at 77 Guilford Street?
Yes.
And was that before Adam was evicted from the home?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony after they were evicted from the home?
No.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
And who is this?
That's my nephew, Adam Montgomery.
After Adam told you about causing Harmony's black eye, did you have any further conversations with him about that incident?
I did.
And what did he say to you in that later conversation about this black eye incident?
What did he say to me in the later conversation about the black eye?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what you exactly mean.
I'm about to say, let me back up and I'll clarify. Attorneys need to ask very clear questions. So you've described for this jury about seeing Harmony's black eye and Adam telling you that he bashed her all around the fucking house. Did you talk with Adam about that black eye at a different time, at a later time?
I did.
Okay. And at that later time, what did he say about having bashed Harmony around the house?
Can I explain?
So, if we could approach for a minute, Your Honor.
Oh, another sidebar break. I'm not positive, Margaret, on the traumatic brain injury. I know when he came on the stand, I was actually at the bus stop getting kiddo off the bus. So I missed if that was mentioned or not. I don't know. I'm not positive. Um,
I don't remember
Tony,
them mentioning it.
you don't remember
Sorry.
that?
I don't remember them mentioning that he had a TBI. I mean, it's kind of obvious um, that he's got, there's something going on there, but he's doing. I put this in chat, but he's doing remarkably well because stress on a TBI, it exacerbates everything,
It does.
and he's taking his time. He's being, you know, I mean, it's
Thank you,
good.
Ms.
I think they're
Montgomery. I
coming
just
back.
needed a minute
Sorry.
to talk there.
Mm.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask I apologize. Let me ask a very clear question about this second conversation. When you were later speaking with Adam about this black eye incident, did he apologize to you for having hit Harmony?
Just yes or no, right?
With regards to the question, yes. Did he apologize to you? Did he say he was sorry for having hit Harmony?
Yes.
He did. Going into the fall of 2019 after the eviction, and then going into 2020, did you try to get in touch with Adam, with the defendant?
Give me the time frame again.
Yes. After the eviction, so in the fall of 2019, and going into the next January, February of 2020, and then going into the summer of 2020, did you try to get a hold of Adam?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to do so?
I got a hold of somebody on Facebook.
Okay. But what about Adam?
It's hard to remember.
Well, if I can withdraw that question, Your Honor, I'll ask a different question. With regards to that, you said you got a hold of somebody on Facebook. Were you able to go into a conversation on Facebook, or were you ever blocked on Facebook?
Summer of 2020, correct?
Yep, fall of 2019 into the summer of 2020.
Right. The pandemic happened in 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
Like March, right? So that's like my first summer in Florida. Yes, I got I believe I got in touch with someone on Kayla's account through Facebook Messenger that summer.
Okay. What about with one of Adam's accounts?
No, I think I was blocked.
All right, so Mr. Montgomery, I just have one other quick set of questions for you. And thank you for being patient with me today while I made sure that I was asking the correct questions of you. With regards to what you've talked about for us, one thing, and I'm sure you may be asked about this in a moment, so I'd like to save people some time now. Have you been convicted of 2 felonies out of this court within the last 10 years?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2015 for being a felon in possession of a weapon?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2016 for a theft by unauthorized taking?
Yes.
Okay. And from those, have you completed your sentence that was there, and those are all finished now at this point?
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Montgomery, to show you State's Exhibit 97. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
And who is this?
It's Harmony.
I believe you said your recollection was that it may have been Harmony's left eye that you saw blackened.
I believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Montgomery. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few after we speak to the board.
I pray that they're kind to him too, because it's obvious that he's very emotional. You can tell he's trying to breathe his way through this right now. He's literally like taking deep breaths. Poor guy. Now, I mean, if he's got felonies and stuff, he's probably a little bit of a poopy human too. But you know what? I got family that's got felonies, and they're still good people. They just made bad choices. And hopefully this guy has learned from his mistakes and that he really, truly is a good human, right?
Yeah, mm, mm, mm. I'm gonna come through this screen if they're mean to him.
Yeah, I know.
Not gonna lie. So far, they've been pretty, even though they're nightmare humans. They've been pretty respectful. Sorry.
Are you able to hear me okay?
They were pretty gentle
Right
with
now, yes.
Bio
Let
Mom,
me know if you
you
can.
know?
My name is Jamie Brooks.
Yeah.
And Adam, okay? I'll also ask you some questions, but I'll try to be fairly quick. You indicated that you returned to the Guilford Street address on the 22nd of July, 2019.
I believe I said the 22nd or the 23rd.
One or the other. Could have been the 22nd, could have been the 23rd.
Excuse me?
So it would be either the 22nd or the 23rd of July that you were there,
Correct.
and you ended up having a conversation with Adam. Correct?
Yes.
And this conversation included Adam, yourself, and Harmony in the kitchen, right?
Say that again?
The conversation took place in the kitchen.
Correct.
Harmony was there, right?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Adam was there.
Correct. Yes.
Nobody else to your recollection was there.
No.
No other adult was within earshot of this conversation as far as you knew?
No.
And the conversation was prompted because you saw a black eye on Harmony.
Correct.
You indicated that Adam said that she didn't do anything.
Correct.
In response to your question of, oh my God, what happened? He said,
Oh my
Harmony didn't
God,
do
what the
anything.
fuck did you do? I think I said.
Okay. And as part of this conversation, Adam talked about finding Harmony, suffocating Declan.
Hands over the mouth, I stated.
And with the hands over the mouth, Declan was turning blue.
Lips were blue,
Lips
is
were
what
blue.
I recollect.
5 months old at the time.
Declan, roughly something like that, yeah.
You said that he made a comment and sounded cocky.
Yes.
Also could have been sarcasm.
Not in my opinion, if that's what you're asking.
But he did express concern regarding Declan and the blue lips.
Yes.
You later made a report to DCYF.
Yes.
That report was approximately a week later.
Correct.
Would July 29th of 2022, I'm sorry, July 29 of 2019, would that sound correct to you?
Roughly about a weekish later, 7-8 days or something. Is that what? Yeah, approximate. I guess it's going back a while.
Roughly 7 to 8 days, and this was after you had returned to Florida?
After I was back
I'm
in
sorry,
New
back-
Hampshire, right? Is that what you're asking? After I came home?
Right. But
Yes.
you didn't go back to you didn't stay at the house except for that one night. Did you go back to Florida or did you go back to Massachusetts?
No, I went to Massachusetts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I don't have anything further.
Oh, wow. They were very gentle. Very gentle.
Mr. Montgomery, about that.
It would have been so bad if they weren't.
Mm,
Abigail's right. That they wouldn't have recovered from that.
mm-mm.
We were asked a moment ago with regards to Adam. We were asked a moment by Attorney Brooks about him sounding cocky and whether that might also be some sort of sarcasm. When he said, I bashed her all around the fucking house, did that sound like sarcasm to you?
No.
And when you asked Harmony, oh my God, what the fuck happened to you? Were you asking about her eye?
I did. I was.
At any point, did the defendant tell you that he had just jerked her away from Declan?
No.
And at any point when you were asked a moment ago on cross-examination about Declan's lips being blue, I want to make sure that's clear. That's not something that you saw, right? That's what the defendant told you had happened.
Yes, correct. That's what I was told.
From the defendant, that's what he says.
Correct.
Let me ask one last question with regards to your understanding. When Adam said that he bashed them all around the fucking house, do you feel that you have somehow conflated what Adam had said?
Conflated? Could you explain, please?
Confused one action for another? Do you think that Adam, when he
Say
said
that-
about, yes.
State it again,
So let me
please.
restate that. With regards to confusing one issue for another or conflated what Adam had said, with regards to that, do you feel that you may have been mistaken that when he said that he bashed her all around the fucking house with regards to the black eye, that he was actually talking about just jerking her away from Declan?
I wasn't confused.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is just a little past 12:30, so this is a perfect time to break for lunch. I will remind you that you are not to discuss this case, not with each other or with anybody else. While I've indicated to you that you can check your phones on a break or during lunch, you cannot read any media. Make sure all your banners or notifications are turned off. You are not to view any media related to this case. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any of the names that you've heard throughout this case. And I'll have you come back at 1:30 and we will resume evidence at that time. Please rise for the jurors, everyone.
All right, you guys.
Y'all.
That was good.
Y'all, that was so good.
Yep, they did really, really good with him. Both direct, cross, and redirect.
And you know what? He came off very, very like
very credible. Very credible.
Credible, but that was the word. That's one word, but also emotional. He was very emotional, you know, and gentle. He came off very gentle. But
y'all, I got goosebumps when he said I was not confused.
Any objection? Okay, yes, he's excused. Under the with the understanding, Attorney Agati, that excused means he's not going to be called now or later.
Yes, Your Honor. In this instance, I think the state.
Okay. So that is what I mean by excuse. So if we don't all agree that that's what excuse means, then we should maybe revisit that after the lunch break, or so that everybody can take a look at it. Okay. Did we need to address any other matters now?
I think, Your Honor, just after the break, we might want to address that one thing with regards to Michelle Raftery, excuse me. But other than that, no defense counsel.
You mean Michelle Raftery?
Michelle Raftery, I apologize. I think other than that, Your Honor, the other things can certainly wait until after the break. Right now,
Okay, I just don't want to, I guess I want to know what we're going to talk about so that we can make sure we're starting on time with them. So if we want to have some legal arguments about something, let's talk about what that will be, and then I can tell you when you should come back so that we can do that rather than holding them.
If we can just have a look.
Sure.
1:30, Abigail. I mean, they're coming back at 1:30. Yes. That was really good. That he was an excellent, excellent witness.
So good. That last comment, I was not confused.
Yeah.
Y'all don't get it twisted. I didn't mix it up. I did not know what I was talking about. I was not confused.
Abigail, you want to come up? You and Steph? Y'all want to come up, chit chat?
Come join the party.
Yeah.
With regards to Michelle Raftery's ability to sit in on the rest of the trial, the state feels that she is entitled to do that under the Victims' Bill of Rights, specifically RSA 21-M:8. She is considered to be a family member, and so as a result, she has that right to do that, even though she has been a witness. And even though she may be a witness, depending on what the defendant puts forward in their case, if they choose to present, or who chooses to present. So I would say that's issue number one that we would have to discuss. Issue number two is, at this point, based upon the defendant's representations with regard to Anthony Badero and his behavior as alleged, Mr. Badero, I believe, already has counsel for a different matter. But we should probably set some time aside to have a very quick Richards hearing, because we do anticipate that Mr. Badero is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Wait, do you have any sense of when you might call him? I mean,
not this week, Your Honor. I can say that, certainly not tomorrow. So I believe it would not be until next week. With regards to his specific time, I would anticipate the early part of next week, Your Honor.
okay, so I think we will reach out to his counsel and see about some availability, maybe either towards the end of the day or early in the morning, either later this, I guess later this week is tomorrow, so, or early next week. But that counsel is going to need some information about.
I believe she has a lot of information already.
But does she know about what this is?
Yes, Your Honor. So he is currently represented, he's not currently represented on this matter, but he is currently represented by Attorney Ashley Sheehan.
Yes.
And so as a result, before we went to be able to subpoena him and to be able to speak with him as part of the witness prep, we informed her. And so with that, I know that she is up to speed with regards to the issues that we have here. Not
But
necessarily
but the issue
this
that,
issue.
that well, okay, but that's the
That we
issue.
have to
So I
get up to
think
speed.
so. Why don't we do this then? Rather than have the court contact her, the clerk's office, why don't I suggest? You tell me if you disagree with this. Why don't I suggest that the state contact her to get to the defense, and the state can talk about what the issue is so that she's apprised. Find out her availability. She's going to need to be in touch with the witness, and then everybody would be here, we could do it before court on one, at 8:30 on one of the mornings. That, yeah.
I tell you, I think she'll be able to do that in short order. It's our understanding that she was intending to be in the courtroom when he was testifying anyway.
Okay.
This particular matter, so we should be able to get that in short order.
Okay, so the sooner you can let us know, we can all, talk about the scheduling of this. And then we'll either do it before we start at 9. One of the Fridays I know is it this Friday? All right, well, during the break, I'm going to take a look. I know I have a short docket tomorrow morning at 9, so we won't start this at 9. I'll see if we can start at 9:30, but it might be 10. So maybe seeing about Monday morning. I don't know what you all think about that.
Certainly.
If not then.
We can move this testimony to a little bit later if we had to.
Okay. Okay.
The last issue, I'm going to go ahead and let Attorney Bowles address, considering that specifically that Dimitrios Saros is going to be one of the state's witnesses who's going to be called today, and it's with regards to statements that defense counsel made.
Your Honor, I will say that the state, in listing witnesses that were going to be called today, did not mention Mr. Saros.
I'm sure he's right on the slip. I gave you guys that sticky.
He was. Have it.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
I know.
Okay. He was not, but we will figure out a way to deal.
All right, well, he had looked for the paper but either way, it sounds like we're going to be able to continue the testimony. So what is the issue that you wanted to raise? And is this as to this afternoon's witness?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, I believe it was on the sticky note we provided.
Okay.
That said, Your Honor, and excuse me. I apologize.
It's okay.
In opening statements, defense opening statements, the defense mentioned an opinion offered by this witness as to his findings regarding any abuse or neglect that occurred regarding the call that we just heard about from the last witness. Excuse me. And it's the state's position that opened the door to the basis of that opinion. The state being able to challenge the basis, the information that witness had regarding the abuse, regarding the investigation, information that he received prior to authoring that opinion, the witnesses that he spoke with, the information that he learned from them, as well as his observations, who was present when he interviewed the child. Again, that information was offered by the attorney at opening.
Basically, what they said was that he would say that he did not notice. What was it that you said? I can go back and look, but
it was both that he did not notice that essentially that the report was unsubstantiated, which is the terminology that DCYF uses in closing a report. That it's either substantiated or unsubstantiated. And
so he
the jury that the report was unsubstantiated. And I would just say, Your Honor, this would be the equivalent of asking an officer who testifies their ultimate opinion of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. And so under 703, the rule of expert testimony, when such an opinion is offered, an expert opinion, which was unnoticed to the state can then, or the person that's challenging that evidence, so not the moving party or the proponent of that evidence, but the other party can then challenge that evidence, and inadmissible, what would otherwise be admissible, becomes relevant and admissible once that opinion is offered, and that opinion was given to the jurors. And I would argue that that bell cannot be unrung, and that is a challenge to that opinion.
And what is it that you want to say? So what is it that you want to get into then?
The statements that he was provided, the statements that he was provided that led to his investigation, the statements, the witnesses that he spoke to, what he was told, what he reviewed.
So you want to get into the whole investigation that led to the determination that it was unsubstantiated.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see what the defense has to say, and then I may have some more questions. Go ahead.
Sure. So the 703, it's not applicable, Your Honor. This is not expert testimony. We're talking about a factual finding, or a lack of a factual finding, rather, made by a fact-gathering witness. So this is no
but if you're going
expert
to ask,
opinion.
but whether expert or not expert, I guess the question then becomes,
Right.
if you're going to ask him, you deemed this unsubstantiated, why could they not talk about all of the information that went into the ultimate conclusion?
Well, I think that perhaps they could, but as long as also it allows for Harmony's own words to be used and what she said, and the circumstances surrounding her being interviewed alone. There can't be cherry picking.
Well, although you're basically, you put in information that then leads them to open the door to the information that you actually want to get in. That seems a little suspect, Attorney Brooks. No? In fact, I'll look, but I think there's some law on you opening the door for the purposes of getting in otherwise.
I'm not opening my own door, Your Honor. I'm not allowed to do that. But the state attorney shouldn't be able to just selectively pick various things. And I have no idea at this point what they would be seeking to introduce. Perhaps we can have a discussion about that during
You
the break.
guys, if you look at the difference in height from the
But this is
prosecutor
not
and the
a
defense,
703 or an expert
he's
situation.
literally
703 is inapplicable. Again, we're
does
talking
he
feel that
is
it leaves the
short.
jury with a misleading impression.
He's such a tiny little man.
If you just get to say, he reported, Kevin Montgomery reported this to you, and ultimately you deemed it unsubstantiated.
JB, I
And that
completely
is
missed it if she did say that. I'm like,
So
my brain
then-
is
then
not
It does seem that your expectation would be that
focused
they
on the
would
words
then
that are
get
coming
to
out of
put
their
in
mouths at the moment.
the other parts of that, the rest of the investigation, which would include the statements that you would like to get in, which would be Harmony's statements. I mean, isn't that sort of the natural?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the state is seeking to get in. I'm not sure what from the DCYF investigation they're seeking to get in, or the limitations of that investigation, or the fact that there may have been subsequent information that Saros did not have. I don't know.
Let me ask you, Attorney Knowles, what are you trying to get into?
The substance of the investigation.
I know, but what is the substance beyond that Harmony had said that? Because what you don't, well, let me start here. If I let you get into what you want to get into, and then the state says, well, if you say that, then we want to get into Harmony's statements. Is that acceptable to you, that it just all comes in, everything about the investigation? Sure.
Your Honor, the state's fine with getting into Harmony's statement, but understanding that statement was not made alone. This was just represented. She wasn't alone when that statement was made.
And the balance of the information that you want to admit with respect to the defense having said that it was unsubstantiated is what?
The substance of the statement that the caseworker received in responding to the call and initiating the investigation, what he did with that information.
But can you just tell me what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm just trying to understand where we're going with this, so we don't end up in the middle of trial. So
Right.
Go ahead.
So it's Kevin Montgomery's call, his repeated calls to DCYF.
And the substance of those calls, or just that
substance
he's
of those calls.
okay?
And I would admit those through the witness.
Okay, so the substance of those calls being what? Tell me, walk me through what you want to admit here. And I'll give you a chance to respond. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. You all have this discovery. I don't have this.
So I'm looking at Bates 2084.
Yep.
Reporter is hard to follow and understand. Reporter said that he came back from Florida on Monday, July 22nd, 2019. And his 4-year-old niece had a shiner from her 29-year-old father. Reporter said that the reasons for the shiner was that the father gave an ass whooping because the 4-year-old had been left alone with the 2-month-old, the 6-month-old, while the father was in the bathroom. Reporter heard from her niece and nephew that the baby had been crying, screaming, so the 4-year-old had to put a hand over the 2-month-old's mouth. Father said that the 4-year-old did this very tight and very hard. Father said that he had beaten the dog shit out of her. When reporter left for Florida, there was one running water in the home, and now the electric had been shut off. And I'm just reading the statement.
Okay, basically, you just want to get in. You want to get in the rest of Kevin Montgomery's statement.
Correct. I want to get into the rest of his statements, but I also want to get.
You had Kevin Montgomery on the stand, so I'm.
Right.
So I'm not sure why we're having this conversation.
So, Judge.
Yeah.
Again, the defense rung this bell. They opened the door under the opening the door doctrine, which I believe I've briefed for this court previously. It makes evidence that would otherwise be inadmissible, hearsay, relevance, admissible. Our argument is that evidence, those statements, in addition to what Demetrios, the witness who will testify, did with those statements, what he did with the information, or what he didn't do, that now becomes admissible. It allows
Why
us.
was that, though, what you just read to me, not admissible through Kevin Montgomery, who you had on the stand?
It's offered for another purpose, to challenge that witness's opinion that was offered to the jury. To say, this is the information that you received. Let's talk about what you
So
did.
so you essentially, okay, now I think I'm understanding maybe better. You want to undermine the fact that he came to an opinion that this was unsubstantiated by using, just strengthening the statements made by Kevin Montgomery to him. So you want to basically say, he told you all of these things and you still found it unsubstantiated.
Contacted you on this date, Okay.
And, okay.
Yes. And what he did with that information, Your Honor.
And what did he do with that information?
I think the evidence would be that he did nothing with that information, Judge. He contacted the police and told them it was a non-issue without seeing the child.
Okay, so
when he saw the child, he saw an injury to the child, which was also discussed to the jurors, and he still found it unsubstantiated. Investigating.
Okay, so why? So putting aside, Kevin Montgomery's additional statements, do we all agree that Mr. Soros could testify? You were. It's my understanding. It's your plan to elicit that ultimately he made a finding that the report was unsubstantiated. And then the state is going to say,
Oh, you
so
guys, wait, I gotta stop. I gotta pause this for a minute. Hold
Kevin
on.
Montgomery contacted you.
You guys that were following in the Treehouse murder case, Paula Belmont passed away.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was just tweeted. I just saw it.
Wow.
She wasn't doing good.
No.
Yeah,
It
she wasn't.
says here from Kathy Russin on Twitter. She's with Law and Crime. She says witness in Franklin Tucker case passed away. Paula Belmont attempted to testify from her hospital bed in the defense case. The judge struck her testimony and Ty, the defendant, used an earlier video testimony she gave. Tucker will stand trial again after the jury was hung. And then it gives her obituary. No, I knew that was going to happen soon. I mean, she obviously was. Her
Yeah.
obituary says Paula was born on December 29th. I'll share it in the thing here, but yeah, that's sad.
Hmm.
It's sad.
Well, they'll have no choice but to use her deposition now.
Hmm.
Yeah. Even if he's still pro se or if he has an attorney,
Yep.
they will have to use that now.
And those that asked if she had children, it says she is survived by her 3 children: Jason Labresco, William Belmont, and Danielle Belmont, her parents,
Mm.
and then sister and nieces and nephews. Wow.
Mm.
Super sad, super sad.
Very sad.
Yeah, sorry for that little slight detour. But I'll get this back going. As soon as they actually quit arguing and take a lunch, we'll chit chat. But goodness gracious. I'm really lost on what they're arguing about right now anyway. So
I
I've
think
got it.
Demetrios is the guy that was the friend that worked for Family Services, and
It was at
he.
least the guy that did the investigation on the Kevin's report to DCF.
So I think they're trying to be able to impeach him with evidence that was earlier inadmissible, maybe.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, JB, because you got it.
I've been taking notes and I'm following it. What it is they opened the door by bringing in their open statements the fact that case was found to be a unsustainable.
Gotcha.
It was shut down basically, right? So what they want to do now, because that was brought in the defense's opening statement, they now want to bring more of it in because they opened the door by bringing it up. And this is an argument of how far into that investigation really want to go and the defense's arguments against it. But prosecution wants to bring it in to show these were the reports. These were what was said. Why did he do this? Even all this was said. That's what's going on now. Is this, they're trying to hash this out to see if they can go ahead and bring it in because defense opened the door in their opening statement.
Because apparently there's some of Harmony's own testimony in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes. Rest in peace, Paula. Rest in peace.
Rip, Paula.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna click play again. We'll continue on here.
And told you all of these things. You didn't follow up. That's right. You didn't do anything further. That's right. And ultimately you came to that conclusion that's unsubstantiated. That we can all agree that that's admissible so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, though, and I don't think the state is suggesting this, but just so there's no misunderstanding, Mr. Montgomery Kevin Montgomery,
yeah,
made a lot of phone calls, continued on and on and on for months into, I think, 2000.
Okay.
After Harmony was even gone, making all kinds of sets of allegations. Obviously, that would not be coming in. The door isn't open to everything or anything. And also tangential to the concern about the black eye, which was reported on the 29th, there was also think about a spoon or potential drug activity. And obviously that is not something that should be allowed to get into.
Okay. So let's put aside the drug information for a moment. It sounds like we are not in disagreement, except that the statements by Kevin Montgomery, I mean, you can say now you got a call from Mr. Kevin Montgomery, and he contacted you, and he informed you that he was aware of this abuse, and then what did you do? And you can follow up because it's your view that it's what he didn't do that undermines the defense view that this is unsubstantiated and therefore did not occur. So I think that is admissible. But I don't know about all of the hearsay statements from a witness you just put on the stand and didn't elicit the additional statements from. I'm not convinced about that.
Well, then, Judge, I would move to strike. I move to admonish the defense for making that statement to
No.
the jury.
No. Take a minute, yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to challenge the basis of the opinion that was offered to the jury. The basis including what this witness was told by Kayla Montgomery, what he did with that information. So challenging the basis of what he was told. And I would note that includes drug use. That was part of the report. It wasn't just the black eye, it was drug use. And when the witness went to the home, he saw evidence of drug use, he saw drug paraphernalia, and still he found that the report was unfounded. So it's the basis, the foundation of his report, the foundation of the opinion that he gave, that the abuse was unsubstantiated, that this claim, and this is a specific claim which was unfounded. It's report number 826-330, which includes claims of the abuse, claims of drug use.
Okay. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to argue if you put in the information that it was deemed unsubstantiated, they can challenge that, the basis for that finding. Do you have any objections?
Sure, but I think the context of the opening statement was very clear about what there was not evidence of. So if I'm hearing the state correctly, they are seeking to introduce evidence about drug use.
Yes, they are. What they are arguing is that if you cross-examine that witness to say you did an investigation and you found that it was unsubstantiated, that they get to challenge that. That is that, and basically undermine his opinion to say you found it unsubstantiated, even though you found abuse and neglect unsubstantiated, even though there was evidence of drug use in the house, even though there were several reports. There was this report of a black eye, and you didn't go to the house, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. That's what they want to do if you are going to bring in the evidence that it is unsubstantiated.
Okay, fair enough. I can certainly not use that word, but I think at the same time I should be able to elicit the facts, the observations that he saw and did not see with regard to the state's second-degree assault charge. He was there to investigate that.
Okay, so then I'm thinking that what you are going to want is some kind of curative instruction about the finding that it was unsubstantiated if now the defense is not intending to go down that road. And I really need to give the staff a break, so we're going to...
We could discuss that maybe over the break.
Is he going to be the first witness that you're going to call?
He's not going to be the very first witness, Your Honor, that we're called on. Just briefly, he's going to be third witness.
Okay, so maybe we may have a little bit of time in the mid-afternoon break, but I do want to have us come to some conclusion about this beforehand. So
if I can just clarify, Your Honor, from our perspective. So with regards to if the defendant is intending to ask about his findings, and then what his observations are, certainly relative to those findings, that the state is seeking to ask about what his other observations were and what he did or did not do before he reached those findings. And our position is that those findings have already been talked about now in opening argument, with the implication that the conclusion was made that this was unfounded. So in essence, the door has been opened, the bell has been rung, that there is a finding out there that this event was unfounded, despite what Kayla Montgomery just testified to, and the work that was done. If that's there, and if we're going to be talking about the findings of what did Mr. Saros do, then the state should be able to ask also what else did Mr. Saros know, and what else did he do and not do. So it's
What do you mean? What did he know in terms of that investigation? Right?
Yes,
Okay.
not in terms
Okay.
of
I just want to make sure
every
we are just
investigation
talking
or
about this investigation.
this
Okay. And then, so there's basically
right.
two questions on the table. If they go down the road to challenge Mr. Soros's findings in any way, it is your view that you want to talk about what did he know in coming to those findings and what did he do or not do in coming to those findings only as it relates to that particular investigation. And if the defense is now saying, maybe we don't want to go down that road, then we've got to talk about, I understand it's your view that they rang the bell and in any event you get to do all of it. And I'm not yet convinced. So I guess Attorney Brooks, you're going to have to make a very, very clear decision about that.
Oh, and I think the decision will be clear.
What if you have the decision?
Sure, I'm not going to ask for if he made a specific finding as part of his
Okay.
obligation as a DCYF person.
Then you need to be thinking about the issue about a curative instruction if I don't say that you've already opened the door to it. Okay. So we're going to go off the record now.
Okay.
Because I do want the staff to take a break. If you want to say something to me off the record, I will listen to it, but
Okay.
then we can put it on the record. But otherwise, we're going to think about where we are. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right. All right.
30 minutes later after the jury goes to lunch.
Yeah, she's down here hugging on the doggy. I've been giving her. I know she says it like that all the time. Hi.
I love it. I love it.
She's down here loving on Poppy, and I've been hugging her and kissing her and loving on her, and
She's like, Mom, what are you going through? Stop.
I know, Tammy, super sad. It made me sad to hear it.
Yeah.
So, okay, we have Kel said, who's this black guy they keep talking about? Sorry, I had to. I am going to be 100% honest here. My brain has not been in this courtroom for the last several minutes, so I've completely missed a lot of what they were talking about. But JB has a really good explanation. I'll let her re-explain this again while I'm going and getting this child something to eat.
Mom duties. So, recap what this big old complicated mess has been going on now is a breakdown of during opening statements. The defense opened the door by mentioning and bringing up the DCF reports and how they were unsubstantiated. They had one word. Y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Unsubstantiated or something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
That one word, not foundable.
Unsubstantiated.
Unsubstantiated. There you go.
Words.
One word I can say. The other one, I got nothing.
But anyways, because that was brought up. Now the prosecution wants to bring in the reasoning why, basically evidence on the investigation and why he came to the conclusion. Defense is worried about what all information will be released and whether they agree to this motion or not, because once they say yes, because they brought it up, then it's full on open the door. Prosecution can bring everything out in regards to that investigation with DCF that the uncle made about the black eye. Adam's uncle, Kevin, reported 7 to 8 days later to DCF that she had the black eye. And this is the investigation that they're referring to and what all will be released with that. So that in a nutshell is what the last 35 minutes, 40 minutes has been. So trying to help everybody out.
Yeah, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. It seemed to me, that's what it seems like.
And I swear I heard the judge say, if you bring in this, that is very sus. I was like, what?
If she says sussy, we know they're listening.
Yeah, she said sus. She said, what you're
it.
trying to do seems sus. And I was like, whoop.
There it is. She has teenagers.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. She's a mom.
Yep.
She's a mom or she's an auntie to somebody.
She knows the drill.
Yes.
Well, thank you. You're in charge. I don't care what you say.
What
you're
is
in
it?
charge.
Steph named me Googly.
Googly. Yeah, but you're like, man, you're all the things. You're court reporter, you're Googly. Wear many hats, JB, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad y'all like welcomed me in. It was been like a month, but it was like day 3 of the Treehouse trial is when I started over here. And now everybody has just like welcomed me in.
Look, you trying to bring that group chat over into the live chat. We love you, JB.
But it's true. And I can't do things physically anymore. But if I can do things that use my mental abilities,
yes,
then I can do that. And this is stuff that I am very, very interested in. I have this natch for crime and court cases and all this kind of stuff. And so I'm lucky to get to share my likes with everybody else.
I told you I want to be you when I grow up. I thought I was good at researching. I ain't got nothing on you.
Yeah.
They call me when they want to know anything. And I'm like, y'all need to call JB from now on because I clearly do not have those skills.
Yep. I don't know where I learned that from, but I learned it somehow and it's just stuck ever since.
Yep. Same. I'm like the FBI, but you like the Secret Service. I don't know. You better than me. I concede.
I'm used to being in the bushes.
Wait a minute. No. That's supposed to be me and Morgana.
Well, sorry.
You saw the pictures.
Oh.
No, y'all are the Cybers and me and Morgana are in the bushes.
Yeah, we're the Cybers.
But
shockingly, I've been able to keep up with this, have real life, and I am almost done with my current whip. I am on my very last section.
When you said a whole row last night, I was like, how big is this whip? Like, what are we talking about? We talking about 30 by 30? Are we talking about a 50 by 70? That row could be a lot.
Okay, so my size is 55 by 80.
Oh, that's a big row.
Yeah.
That's a big row. Yeah, I'm glad you went to bed last night.
but I'm on my last section. But I've also been up since 4:30 this morning, so
Oh, why? Is there a 4:30 in the morning? See, I'm still
Yeah.
up at that time. I haven't even gone to bed at that time. So is it morning really? I don't know.
For me.
Googly is totally not an agent.
Mm-mm.
Oh, when you say, do any of y'all play Sims? Know of Sims?
I used to a long, long time ago.
Because when you say bushes, and now Joanna's comment made me think of the woohoo bush. Never mind. Let me just be quiet. I was like the woohoo, but I played years ago before when it was like Sim Earth and Sim this and Sim that. I just showed my age. But I do watch people play it sometimes, and I'm like the woohoo bush. What's that? And they're like, "What do you think it is?" I was like, "Oh, fair enough." See, Kel loves it. Kel knows the woohoo bush. So Steph said, "Jenny, you're under the other account." She just popped in as the uncrafty crafter. Y'all, if you craft and you're new here, check out the
Right?
uncrafty crafter, because that's her craft channel. And
Yes.
it's amazing. So head over there and give it a like
And a sub.
and a sub and all the things. And check the bell so you know when she comes on. Actually, what's today? Thursday? There's a live tonight, y'all.
There is a live.
There's a live 10, what is it, 10 Eastern? She's
9 Central. Now she's backing up.
Oh, wow.
See, I'm not the only secret agent. Steph.
Oh.
Oh man, that's funny.
Y'all.
Yep.
She said crap. She trying to multiple task and
Jenny, we're
it's
gonna
all right.
have to help you with the multitasking. I will try my best to help you with the multitasking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah. It's hard.
Sometimes.
There you go, Kel. Good. Thank you. Drop that link.
There we go.
Drop that link.
I've been scared to chat and chat because I don't know if Nightbot gonna block me and time me out.
Look.
I've been making sure I only had the one capital letter.
Yeah, I was trying hard yesterday when I was multiple tasking not to comment in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
I think I sent Zabi a text and she's like, "What?" And I was like, "What?" If I do it in text, it's fine. If I do it in chat, that's a whole nother thing. They'd be like, "What? What?" I'm like, y'all look away. Just don't pay attention.
Oh, let's see here. What do we do? Joanna. Oh, I have.
That's what I said. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're good.
That's what I said, Steph. She needs to show that cover minder. Cover minder. We want to see it. It matches my shirt.
She said, I'm not good at that. Jenny said, I'm not good at that. I'm still trying to pick up my jaw before.
I don't know, like, exactly. Like, okay, so I'm over here, right? I'm trying to do all the things, okay? And I'm in our chat. I'm in the Streamlabs? No, StreamYard chat. I'm trying to write an email. And you over here finishing a 80 by, what is it?
It's a 55 by 80.
Ma'am. And taking notes.
But I will tell you this. Here's a big thing about it. It is a partial. It is not a full drill. So it's not like it's a full drill on a 55 by 80. But
you're still doing all the things.
My goodness. I don't care if it's a partial. I don't care
she
what
came
it
in hot.
is.
She came in hot.
She did.
I don't care. You
She's like,
taking notes,
wait a
you
minute.
placing drills, you doing all the things.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Joanna, honey, I'm here and I want to show your shirt. Yeah, I had the kiddo was being super duper needy. So, I know, Kel, I saw that. She said you're the Jenny, apparently, because she said the Jenny's Crafty Channel. Hmm.
Nightbot be dropping that trigger warning like clockwork. Boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom. Yeah.
I've got
Nice.
it set for every 5 minutes,
That's
which is
good.
okay whenever things are going on. But like right now, when it's not, it don't necessarily need to be up every 5 minutes. But that would
If you
require
mute it,
me.
you'll it won't. No,
Oh,
just let it.
if we mute it. Well, oh wait, we have Morgana back here, you guys.
Morgana.
Oh my God.
I'm here.
I didn't know. I didn't see you down there until all of a sudden I looked down whenever QB bounced out for a second, and I looked down and I saw Morgana. I was like, oh,
Y'all, I didn't move. I did not move.
I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning.
oh, now that's a load.
She said, I've been waiting.
I thought you were just locking me out for a while.
She's
Steph,
been
cut
back
it
there.
out.
She's been back there napping.
Hi.
And Joanna Jolie is stolen my pink gnome love box. She will not let me have it. She thinks it's hers. So whenever she's not looking, I will be stealing it and putting my special diamonds in it and putting it hidden somewhere. Aha.
Y'all, let me tell you how cute this sweet little baby is. So Jenny and I were talking the other day. Jenny was on the video. I was not. And so I'm trying to say hi to Jolie, and she couldn't see me, and she was like, nope. She was like, there ain't nobody there. I don't know what to tell you. I need to see your face, ma'am, before I say hello.
Yeah. She was like, no.
Yeah, she kept putting her hands up. She was like, no. I was like, ooh, see, but it would have been scarier if I would have been on camera. She just doesn't understand that.
We've lost Morgana again.
Oh, she said, what happened to me?
Oh,
there you are.
I went to another dimension.
Oh Lord, it's like the not auto zone. Lord have mercy. Twilight zone, not auto zone.
Morgana, you on my Wi-Fi?
She said auto zone.
Yes, today I must be.
Get
I'm
in the
over it.
zone. Auto zone. I'm sitting over here doing this right here. Hold on, I'll show you. I'm like going like this. Nah, get in the zone. Auto zone.
Oh Lord.
So yeah, here's my shirt again in case anybody missed it. I got a super cute crimey timey shirt. And that was a sweet gift from Joanna. And I got this sweet gavel from sweet Gail. And
That's
Jolie's
awesome.
stolen my box. My little pink Nomi Valentine's box.
That's a really cute box too.
It's her box now.
It's totally her box. She stole it.
You've lost it forever.
I mean, it's pink and it's sparkly.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost it. Okay, let me go back here. I need to go over to Instagram and find let me find it on my phone.
See, Kel and I can be friends. She watches The Sims. She likes The Twilight Zone.
Oh, Kel said make myself big. Hold on. How do I do that?
I wouldn't have to make myself big. I'm already big.
Well, me too.
Morgana.
I mean,
Morgana.
I'm just okay, here, maybe this way. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Look.
How is my TV behind? Like, how is that
What's
even
it
a
say?
thing?
Keep it up. What? Wait, I gotta look down at it. Keep it up, and you'll
You'll be a
be a
strange
strange
smell.
smelling in my attic.
See,
Oh.
I
I didn't
say
know what
that.
I said. That's
I say
good.
that. I say that, and I'll put you in the trunk and help them look for you.
Hmm
I
I'll
won't.
be
I
wearing
would
this
never.
whenever. I'll be wearing this when Dale gets home from work today, and he'll be like, "Oh snap!" Let me. There we go. No, I got to do it back this way. Here, like this. There we go.
There we go.
So I do need to go find. I won't let me log into my other Instagram account from my laptop because I can't. It tried to send me something. I don't know. Hold on. Let me show you. Dale always has words, Joanna. Let me go over here and. Mhm. So this is the T-shirt that Joanna got. Oh my God, this is super cute. I saw it a while ago, but this is totally something Joanna would wear. Hold on, let me make myself bigger again so you can see it. Okay, don't nobody send nothing right now because I'm going to show my phone. Okay, look. Can you read that? It's dark.
Ghost Taylor's boyfriend.
Go Taylor's boyfriend.
Oh my gosh.
That's super cute.
Yeah, it's cute.
They said she sold like, I don't know, $350 million in merch for them, and she's not even a player.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
You
was
believe
believe it.
like,
that?
that ain't no joke. They
Nope.
gonna need to pay her.
Right. She needs some of that what they call it, royalties from the merchandise.
Yeah, they need to be
Yeah.
paying her.
She has the Midas touch, I think.
Steph sent me a text that said nudes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You're too late on it, honey. You're too late. Too late. And Kel, I need a little bit more than a thumbs up on that one message. Kids love little boxes. I will make you one. Let her have it. Oh, seriously. She loves stuff like that. She loves boxes. She loves little, like, those little, like, organza gift bags, because she'll just put little things in them. She'll walk around the house collecting things. Right now, she has an empty toilet paper roll in her little love heart, know me Valentine's Day box. She has a toilet paper cardboard tube.
It's important. And
It
look, you
is.
don't have to let her have it. It's hers now. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's done.
It's, yeah,
That's
possession.
how my son was when he was young. He ate the most random items, and he would be like, "Nope, this is mine.
Treasure.
It's mine."
Yep.
So I have a cat that loves those organza bags. She steals
Really?
them. Yes. I don't know why, but she steals them.
Bless whoever that was.
That is my dad. Sorry.
Bless
Oh,
you,
He's off,
Dad.
he's off in the other room, and I'm way back in the back corner of the house. But he's one that has a very very loud sneezes, and we never know when it's going to happen.
Did you short order cook this morning?
I sure did.
I'm coming for breakfast.
I know, right?
No, really.
Oh, you guys would be so proud of me because you know how I told you guys that the other day that Dale had been that Dale had bought had been buying Debbie cakes all the time, Well, then
Yeah.
he switched and decided to get like the little cuties, clementines and grapes. And the
Mhm.
last 2 nights, I have eaten the grapes and the clementine.
Or
No,
or
no,
the
Okay.
no
Caesar
sweet.
salad, which was still roughage. That wasn't no Debbie. You're like, oh, but I have a really good Caesar salad, and I'm like, I'm so proud of you because I'm looking for Mickey Joe's brownie mix right now.
Mhm,
Uh,
mhm.
Look, I ran out of my little
Seriously though,
cheesecakes.
mm,
oh, those, those, uh, what do you call it? It's 1:30 and they're still not back yet. Um, those Caesar salads are
they're so
the
good.
bomb. They
They're so
are,
good. I like all of them. They have the little Cobb salad and the Southwest one. I like all of them.
yeah, I like all of them too.
They're good.
But so for some reason, I get a little bit like Caesar salad was never my jam. Like I always loved just like a good, um, just a good like little salad with tomatoes and the cheese and the farmhouse
Um,
salad from Walmart
yeah.
is pretty good too. But I don't know. I'm all about that Caesar salad right now, and I'm like obsessed with it. It's the only kind I want, and I'll get like 2 or 3 at a time, you know. And
Hmm.
then when they're gone, I'll get 2 or 3 more. But that's usually like what I'll have for dinner. I've been trying to have that for dinner, just like every other night, and then have whatever normal food, for dinner the rest of the time. But I'm trying to behave myself. I have gained a lot of weight the last few months. So
It's hard.
It
it
ain't from
is
the
hard.
Debbie's because they're smaller.
Mm-mm.
Well, but yeah, but if you eat half a box at a time,
Ma'am, look, a
But
serving size is what you eat in a serving.
yeah, well, the serving size is a half a box for me then.
Okay, see? That's what I'm saying. And they're smaller.
they
Hmm.
are a lot smarter than what they used to be.
I got the
That's a
Christmas
fact.
cakes this year. I was like, no, 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 y'all. And now so they have a regular one and now they have a giant one. No, the giant one is the size it used to be.
Right.
Exactly. That's
Others
what
a
I'm
twig
saying.
size.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Yeah, the
They
big
lying.
size or whatever it is. Yeah, that's the size that they
Yeah.
all used to be back in the day. And
I'm
Hmm.
now
like,
it's all
y'all
like
just
half the size.
trying to trick me.
Hmm. I know. And you pay more for them.
Look,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a
everything.
big girl. I like my food. I know what my food sizes are. Y'all ain't tricking me.
Mm.
See, that's my son. My son, he loves those what are the little Debbie cosmic brownie things. Loves them.
Oh,
Hmm.
my daughter
Hmm.
loves those too.
That is his, like, he comes home from school, he wants his snack, which is that, and he's good, and he'll have a
Hmm.
prime, and that's his
Hmm.
thing every day. And there was one time I didn't grab the box at the grocery store. Somebody else grabbed the box at the grocery store, and they were the regular size ones, and he about flipped out. He was like, "What happened to these? They shrank."
Jolie loves the cosmic brownies too. I always used to pick like the regular ones, the fudge brownies from like years
Hmm.
ago. I don't even know if they still have them anymore, but they had like the chopped pecans on top
The
Yep, yep.
walnuts, yeah, yeah, yeah,
or walnuts. Yeah,
Mm.
walnuts. I used to pick the walnuts off.
yep.
Now I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to go get some brownies.
And then my papa and grandma used to buy the um, raisin cream pies,
Hmm.
oatmeal, like the oatmeal
Mm.
cream pies, but they were the
Mm.
raisin cream pies.
Mhm.
Hmm.
And I'd always pick the raisins off and throw them in the trash can and just eat the pie because I didn't like the raisins.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna make me go buy out Little Debbie
Lord have mercy.
All comes
Look,
back to food again.
look.
We
every
always
time.
come back around.
The bad thing is I actually do got to go to the grocery store tonight. So
Hmm.
I gotta pick mine up tomorrow.
Mm.
Oh, that's right. That's your Friday's your grocery day, ain't it?
Well, depending on weather, I try to go around the weather,
Mm-hmm.
so they're not out there bringing it out to my car in the rain and I have to carry it in the rain and all that.
Yeah.
Well,
mhm.
my daughter has to carry it in the rain, I guess I'd say. I'm like, I have to go get it and all that, and you're gonna carry it in.
Mm-hmm.
Do something for the food you get to eat.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Billy said she likes the ding dongs. I do too. I like the ding. And do you know we got these a while back, and it was like a ding dong and Twinkie combination.
Wait, what?
Hmm?
Oh,
It's a
kind of like
ding dong, but it had a Twinkie filling of the yellow Twinkie cake and cream on the inside, but it was round like a ding dong, and it had the hard chocolate on the outside.
Mm.
that's like
Hmm.
the zebra cakes and the Swiss rolls.
Oh, zebra
Oh
cake.
yeah.
Yeah.
They used to be my jam a
Mm-hmm.
long time ago.
Let me add to cart. Hold on.
Just wait a minute. Gotta add.
Here you go. Here you go. I got you. I got you.
Uh-oh.
I got you. Look at this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got you.
Oh, look at that.
That is so
Those are
cute.
the zebra cakes.
Oh, okay. Add to cart.
Go shop at Jenny's.
Oh God. And these are the true crime ones that I'm going to share later. They're not listed in the shop, but look.
I hope you got plenty of
Oh, those
those.
are so cute.
I love them so much.
I think I've got I need to count maybe like 10 of them.
Add to
What
cart.
time they go up? I need to know.
Yep.
Right.
Does the posse get first dibs?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, probably gonna have to. I reckon. I reckon before I get and
You
I'll
might
get in
want to order
trouble.
some more of them.
Yeah, I probably will. I always loved though, Billy, talking about the ding dongs. I always loved the Susie Q's.
Yeah, they're good.
It was like the rectangular devil's food cake with the cream on the inside. Oh my
Mhm.
God.
Those are
I think we
good.
can agree, like, any of those are good.
If it's a cake and has like the frosting or the little like filling stuff inside, I think we all agree we kind of like all
Facts.
that.
I always like the ho-hos.
Mm.
Ho-hos.
Ho-hos.
The ho-hos. The ho-jos.
Mm. Or Swiss cake rolls. I used to eat those.
Oh, I love Swiss cake rolls.
Oh.
I used to take those apart and eat them. You know, like peel off the
Oh,
chocolate
yeah, you unroll them.
and unroll it and eat it. Oh, that makes them even better.
That's what I used to do, is like peel it off. My mom would all be looking at me and be like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Eating my cake."
That's right. That's how you have to eat those. They taste better.
Mm-hmm.
Margaret said, I went to the grocery store hungry the other day and now I'm broke.
I feel that.
It's
I
every
feel that.
time.
Current problem is Trader Joe's vanilla chantilly cake. I have to buy 2 in order to get any of it. My husband devours.
Mm.
Hide it from the hubby.
That's
My
when you
husband
know you
says,
need
I don't eat all these sweets, and you got all these sweets in here. The whole shelf is full of sweets. I said, you don't order them when I go to the grocery, but you sure sneak in there and eat them, okay? Because I tell them all, I say, you need to tell me what you want, but don't no touchy on my stuff that I order, okay? If you want some,
Facts.
tell me what you want. I will get it. But no, don't work that way.
And don't eat the last one. It'll be
Oh,
over.
that's for sure. Mm-hmm.
Twinkies are
That's what I
greasy,
tell
but
my
they're
kids.
yummy.
I haven't had a Twinkie in years.
Oh, he got grapes and clementines too.
Mm.
There you go.
Y'all, this summer when the cotton candy grapes come out,
I'll have to look for them. I've never had them.
I haven't either.
so good.
I've seen them, but I
Oh
haven't
my
had them.
gosh.
The only place in my area that has them is like the Sam's Club, and I got that Sam Club. What is it? The Plus or whatever. You get the early access. when it comes out those
Mm.
time of years, I'm up at the Sam Club when they open the doors because they go so fast around here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm.
So good.
I love the Honey Crisp apples. Have you ever had those?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, those are amazing. They're expensive, but they're good.
So one of the grocery stores here has a Honey Crisp apple cider.
Mm,
Ooh.
Ooh.
It's so
that's
good.
good. Oh, I bet. Mm.
Yum, yum, yum.
Man, y'all making me hungry. And I'm trying. Look, I'm trying not to eat much because I have a date, not a real date, but with my I will refer to her now as my Palantine. But we are going. It's Thursday night, and there's a place here that has all you can eat crab legs, and it's on. We are going tonight, so
Mm.
QB's on
we
the
gonna tear
town.
it up. Yep, we gonna tear it up. So,
My husband loves seafood, but I can't have shellfish. I'm allergic to it.
oh
Oh
no,
Yes.
no.
Yeah.
that's terrible.
Hmm. And he loves it. Dale loves
Oh, crab legs
all
is
of
my
it.
jam.
Yes.
And I'm good at it, so it don't slow me down. Like I know how to crack them. Like y'all go
Mm.
ahead and just keep bringing them. Keep bringing them. Yeah, it's
Oh,
good.
I thought she left to go get them.
I know, right?
I didn't move. I wasn't on a break. I'm gonna take a break from this Wi-Fi. Is what I'm gonna do. I'm
You need to
so
break
over it.
Oh, well, Abigail, the defense and the prosecution were arguing about possibly bringing in some evidence because they say that the defense opened the door to something. So they had a big old argument that was like 40 minutes long. So it's probably going to delay when court comes back.
Now look at this statement from Abigail. After I literally just talked about how I was eating the crap out of Caesar salad. So I don't understand the statement.
Mm-hmm.
I think she was worried because they do say that some Caesar salad dressings are made with
It's anchovies.
Anchovies?
Yeah.
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 But that's not a
That's not
shell.
a shellfish though. But a lot of
Right.
times a shellfish allergy will morph into a seafood allergy.
Yeah, could be.
So yeah, you have
Good.
to be careful. But that was sweet, Abigail.
Isn't she cute? Isn't she cute? She's so cute.
That's a good picture. I like it.
Oh, she said I was confused. I was like, wait, what? I thought Jenny showing up to your wedding was a surprise. Anchovies aren't shellfish. It was, but she wanted to go, so I planned it around her going, and then she couldn't go, and then she
And
came.
then she came, and then that was when she slept with Zabi.
Yeah, Zavi and Edward.
Hmm. You might want to clarify that
Yeah,
statement.
I was gonna say,
She was in the
Just
corner.
pondering
She was in a
minds.
chair.
Yeah, I was in a chair. Not ever what kind of chair Steph talks about all the time. I don't even know what a cuckoo chair or something. I don't know, but
Oh, the cuck chair. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. You don't want to know.
anyway, no, I don't.
Speaking of chairs, I need a bigger chair.
The cuckoo cachoo chair, like what? So that Caesar salad sacrifice was worth it, said Kel.
Oh.
I did. It wasn't the arm sleeve. It might as well have been, Abigail. It was how like those bed places or those hotel places on the end of the bed, they'll put like a long, skinny, like it's basically what it looks like is a table runner.
It's like a duster.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bed duster. Or that's what we call
Right.
it, a bed duster.
I don't know. It's just a long, skinny piece of material. That was what I had as a blanket. And you could literally hang meat in that room. It was so cold. And I like it cold, but oh my God, it was cold. And I forgot, I had hung like a long sleeved like cardigan that I was going to wear over top of a sleeveless dress.
Mm-hmm.
And I had it in the closet, hanging up in the like little hotel room closet. And I was like, oh God, that's got sleeves on it and it's long, like a duster type, you know? So I went
Right.
and I grabbed it and I put it, this was like 2:00 in the morning or something crazy. And I put it on and I put it on my sleeves like backwards and used it as like a blanket. And yeah.
Abigail, they did not make a decision on that or not, because it's not just the evidence, it's also bringing in a witness. So there's not been a determination on that stuff coming in yet. So it was just a bunch of back and forth is what it was, and what all they wanted to bring in and what all they didn't want to bring in. And then the judge telling the defense it sounded like he was trying to be sus, and it was, yeah.
Margaret says I'm getting an education.
Margaret, welcome. Hey.
You learned all the things here, Margaret.
Oh, movement in the courtroom.
Margaret, honey, don't feel bad. Literally, I get an education every day in this group.
Okay, so I'm gonna confirm that, but
Especially about things I have no business knowing about.
Here we go.
please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Katie Moore to the stand. Just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And there's a microphone right in front of you. Just make sure that you're talking into that. Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Katie, Katie, Morin, Morin.
And what's your date of birth, Miss Morin?
6/10/78.
What city and state do you currently reside in?
Laconia, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived in Laconia?
About 3 years.
How are you presently employed?
I work in retail.
In retail? And how long have you done that? How long have you worked in retail?
My whole life, about 20 years, probably.
And what's your highest level of education, Miss Morin?
GED.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell these jurors how you know Adam Montgomery?
We were in a rehab facility together, and then we became romantically involved for a little bit.
What year would that have been in that you were romantically involved with the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
2021.
And Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Ms. Moore, do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
The individual that's there?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
It's Adam Montgomery.
That was the individual that you were romantically involved with in 2021?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was married at that time?
I was.
And did he ever tell you anything about his wife?
Not just that they hadn't seen each other in a while.
Do you remember providing a statement to an officer with the Manchester Police Department back in February of 2022?
I do.
And that statement was regarding the defendant, is that right?
It was.
Do you think that seeing that statement would refresh your recollection of what the defendant may have said to you about his spouse, about his wife?
No, I recall.
Okay. And what do you recall him saying about his wife?
That she would do anything for him.
That she would do anything for him? During the time that you were romantically involved with the defendant, did he ever discuss his children?
He did.
So you were aware that he had children?
It was.
Was there a particular discussion with the defendant that stood out to you about the children? And
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
We were at lunch one day and just talking about our children in general, and he stated that the worst thing that had ever happened or he had done was he walked out of the bathroom and Harmony was suffocating the baby. So he backhanded her I don't know if it was as a reaction is the way it was told to me, to stop her from suffocating.
So he said he backhanded her.
Yes.
Did he say what the result of that backhand was?
He said he hit her glasses, so she ended up with a black eye.
Did he describe anything about that black eye that you just mentioned?
No.
In that conversation where he discussed causing that black eye, did he say that he had nudged Harmony out of the way?
I don't recall.
He said he backhanded her.
I don't recall his exact verbiage.
Did he ever discuss other children with you?
Yes.
And what were those discussions? What was the substance of those discussions?
He told me that he had 5 children, all under the age of 7. They all had the same mom. At one point, I asked him to go to Maine with me when I was leaving, and he said he would be too far away from his kids, so he could not.
If I could have just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Moore. No additional questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Well, that was quick.
State may close. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Nicholas Ahern.
I'm snacking on popcorn. Anybody snacking on anything? Y'all made me hungry.
Not yet, but possibly. I gotta finish this section.
Morgana, it sounded like she said that he said they were all from the same mom.
That is what I heard. 7, let's see here. 5 kids, all under 7, 1 mom.
Abigail, don't judge me. It is still popcorn. Hush.
So that she said that she said he had 5 kids by the same mom.
That is what she said. That's
Okay.
supposedly what Adam told her.
Oh, okay. I'm confused, but I understand. I guess he's lying to her. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Mr. Ahern, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Nicholas Ahern, Nicholas. Ahern, Ahern.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahern, what city and state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My entire life.
How old are you?
34.
Mr. Ahern, what do you do for a living?
I do construction, metal framing, drywall.
Framing and drywall?
Yeah.
How long have you done that?
Since I was like 20.
It's 14 years.
Yeah, a long time.
What's the highest level of education you've obtained?
I think it was 11th grade.
And did you get your GED?
No, I went right into the trade.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery, Mr. Ahern?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Oh, Lord, look, Mickey's day drinking. It ain't even 2 p.m.
Published as States Exhibit 101.
Yes.
Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
I want to say since I was like 18. So, yeah, a long time.
Are you aware of him having any children?
Yeah, I know he has a couple.
Are you aware of a daughter?
Yes. Yes.
Have you ever seen his daughter?
Yes, once.
Do you know her name?
Harmony.
What can you tell us about that one time that you saw Harmony?
She came out of the house and she had marks on her face, which was a black eye.
Okay, and so let's unpack that a little bit. When you say she came out of the house, what house did she come out of?
I think it was Guilford Street. Yeah.
Is that the house that she lived in? Was that your understanding?
Yes, that's where they lived.
So were you visiting the defendant when you
Yes.
saw Harmony?
Yes.
And what were you doing when Harmony came out of the house?
Just sitting out front talking to Adam.
What time of year was this?
Summertime, I want to say around July.
Do you remember what year?
I think it was 2019.
And let's talk about that injury that you saw. What can you tell the jury about it?
It was a pretty severe injury. At the time, I questioned Adam, what happened. And he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. Yeah.
When you say severe injury, what did you see? Can you explain to this jury what made it severe in your opinion?
Her eyes were blackened. Yeah, it was pretty intense in the moment. Yeah.
Was it concerning to you?
It was, but he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. I have kids, so I understand, accidents happen. So.
Do you know someone named Kevin Montgomery?
Yes.
At some point after you saw that injury to Harmony, did you have a conversation with Kevin?
Yes, he contacted me.
And I'm not asking you for this substance, just whether or not.
Yes.
And you said he contacted you, is that right?
Yes.
When Harmony came out of the house, about how long did you see her for?
Maybe 4 seconds. It was quick.
Why was it quick?
Because he told her to go back inside.
And sorry, when you say he told her to go back inside.
Sorry, Adam Montgomery told her to go back inside.
Can you tell the jury how he told her to get back inside?
He was, Adam was forcive. He just, basically told her to go in, and he kind of walked her up to the door and shut it.
About how old was Harmony when you saw her that day?
I want to say maybe 5, something like that. 5.
How would you describe her when you saw her come out for those 4 seconds?
She was just standing there, just looking. No real body movement, just standing there.
And when the defendant forcefully told her to go back inside, did she obey?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Counsel,
No questions, Your Honor.
you may step down.
And we'd ask that this witness be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You may be excused.
Waiting for Kayla to take the stand.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Deputy Sheriff Paul Mont.
Okay, now we have a cop getting ready to come up.
Sorry, just a moment, Your Honor.
I'm totally stuffing my face, y'all.
Y'all made me make popcorn.
You're all eating popcorn.
Yummy, yummy, yummy. Do you remember how he said he knew him? Did they work together or?
Yeah, I think they work together.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Construction work, right?
Popcorn, Kel. Popcorn, popcorn.
Sorry, Your Honor, would you like me to just check in the hallway?
Sure.
They probably have that nervous cough, Abigail.
Right.
Like me and Jenny.
Mm-hmm. They are breathing through these witnesses. I like that.
Yeah.
Careful with the wires, please.
Deputy, if you just please remain standing when you get there for a brief moment. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. I do. Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Deputy, as we're being recorded here today for the record, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for us?
Paul Montre, Paulmontrey.
Okay. And I bet I already know the answer, but where are you currently employed, sir?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you worked for them?
7 years.
7 years so far. Okay. And with regards to your employment with them, did you ever work in any other sort of law enforcement before working for the sheriff's office?
I started in New York City in 1985, NYPD,
Whereabouts in the city?
Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn.
Okay. How long were you there?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. And after that, any other sort of law enforcement
Town of
experience?
Henniker for 5 years.
Okay.
Merrimack County Sheriff's Office for 20. State for 2. And now I'm here part-time.
And
County.
when you say state for 2, what agency did you work for those 2
Quality
years?
Control DMV.
Okay. And what were some of your day-to-day duties for them?
We basically dealt with trucks and inspection stations.
All right. So with regards to your duties now for the Hillsborough County Sheriffs, you said you're working for them part-time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what are your day-to-day duties? What do they look like?
Primarily transporting prisoners to and from the jail and the prison.
Okay.
To the courts.
And let me ask you, do you ever, let's say, when did you come back to do part-time again?
2019.
2019. Okay. I want to specifically draw your attention to November 27th of 2019. And on that particular day, I'd like to ask,
2017, sorry.
2017 is when you
I
came
went
back.
to, yes,
Okay.
Ottawa County.
That's all right. Let me be specific though. Let me steer you to one day in 2019, just before Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2019. Did you help serve or were you present for an eviction notice at 77 Guilford Street in Manchester that day?
I was.
Okay. And I wondered if you could explain a little bit for the jurors, just for an eviction process, what is the role of the deputy sheriff? What are you there to do?
So we have a court order that's evicting whoever's there on the premises. I was a second deputy. I'm assisting the primary deputy. Usually we send two guys. And for some reason, I don't know what, his partner was tied up with something else, so they sent me over. And I just assisted with posting the property and having the people leave.
And typically, how long does this process take to do an eviction? Just typically in your experience, I mean.
We usually give them 10 to 15 minutes to get some belongings and skedaddle.
Okay. And on this particular one at Guilford Street, do you have any recollection of roughly how long that took?
Probably 10 to 15 minutes, the ordinary time.
Was there anything about that eviction that necessarily stands out to you, or was it just a very typical eviction for you?
Pretty much the same as all others. There were a lot of clothes around. It was kind of dirty. And there were a couple children there. And there was a male and a female.
Okay. And when you say a male and female, and you say male, female, and children, so the male and the female, are they both adults?
Adults, yes.
Okay. And then the children, do you remember how many there were?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay.
There were a couple. I would say at least two, but I can't tell you if there was any more than that.
Okay. Where did they go at the end of the eviction?
They got into their vehicle and they left.
Okay. And with regards to the home, what happens to home when an eviction takes place?
So we post it with no trespass stickers.
Mhm.
And usually the landlord will come and change the locks.
Okay.
I don't recall if there was a landlord there that day. Sometimes they don't show up and we just post it.
And I just want to make sure that I understand on this particular one. I believe you said before when you do an evictions, it's based upon an order from the court. Is that right? All right. Do you have a copy of that order when you go to do the eviction?
We do. Okay. I did not personally have that. That would have been my partner that had the paperwork.
Sorry, I need to get on the mic. Is that a routine practice of being let me try this in English. Is that a routine practice of the sheriff's office to make sure that a copy of that order is in hand before the eviction is done?
In our hand, yeah.
In your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that's not what happened that day?
Not at all.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Deputy. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have come.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
All right. You may sit down.
Thank you, Ron.
They made it through so many today. I mean, he's what, like the sixth, fifth, sixth?
Did we call its next witness? Yes.
I don't know if they said did they say who they were having up next?
I don't know. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I know, right? Steph said, meanwhile, Kayla's going to be a whole week.
Mm-hmm. You have to see me. I'm jumping back and forth between my diamond painting area and the computer. I'm like, oh, I got to go over there.
Oh, wow.
They are going through quick, which is good.
Yeah, right. Abigail said, I'm having flashbacks to the coffer on the Johnny Depp trial. We always pick the funniest, goofiest, like unnoteworthy
Sometimes
things.
things go more
Yeah.
quickly than we think. Oftentimes they go more slowly than we think, but sometimes they do go more quickly than we anticipate. This is one of those times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you take a break as soon as the next witness is ready. And we're ready to take their testimony. We will call you back in. We hope that will be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right. So same rules apply, not to talk about the evidence, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research, and we will call you back in as soon as we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
No, Steph, they're just coming back in a few minutes. Apparently, they're waiting on somebody's their next witness is probably running a few minutes behind.
All right, so counsel, are we going to need still to have you speak to that witness before we are able to take the witness?
Probably been best practice for us to come in and report to you what that answer is, so that we can have an answer on which way to proceed.
I think it'll be a quick process.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just thinking that while we are in that waiting posture, is there anything we can accomplish so that you know which question you just need to ask? The only question is whether someone else was there. Do you want to approach for just a minute?
Yes, sir. So, would you like us to approach right now, or would you like us to go get that answer and then approach?
Get the answers you need, and then I will wait, and I'll have the court monitor take a break until you're ready. You can take a break. No, you can go off the record. Unless it's just one question, you want to come right back in. Why don't you go ask the question? We'll stay here. If you can stay on the record if you want to take a break.
Go. No, don't go. Yeah, go. No, don't go. Yeah, go. No, don't go. Wonder what they're going to ask the next person. She had a really pretty like tumbler cup yesterday. The judge did. It looked blingy and snazzy looking.
Fancy.
It was pretty.
I'm here, y'all. I'm just stuffing my face with popcorn.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Is it the whole handful at a time or one piece? That's what I need to know.
Whole hand.
Big old handful.
Like John does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you do the popcorn hand rub.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I get the kernels off there.
I do wonder though how long Kayla, whenever she does finally show up, how long her testimony will be. And you want to talk about hardcore cross examination? That's going to be ugly.
Yeah, I imagine.
I feel like she's going to be on there a long time. That may be why they're going through all these quick witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because, I mean, she's the main one.
Yep.
Right. I got a kernel hung. Hold on.
Get some bread. Eat some bread.
Ugh, Lord, I tell you, I'm really like a child when it comes to eating popcorn. I get too strangled.
Oh my goodness. Slow down, Jen. Slow down. Not the
Also,
whole hand.
who eats popcorn one kernel at a time?
I try that. I try to start out that way, but then I turned into the one that's like fistfuls, you know.
Like my whole palm.
Well, I eat one or two pieces at a time, probably.
We did have an opportunity to ask him with regards to
Okay.
the question of his, and Attorney Brooks can correct me if I'm wrong, but his statement is that he cannot perform. He said that typically there would be a practice to try to speak with a child alone, but that didn't always happen, or that a parent could either be nearby or him. So he doesn't have a recollection of whether he spoke before.
Okay,
Okay,
this
so
is
he
going to
doesn't
be.
know. Okay. So where does that leave us with regard to, you're just, why don't I ask you, Attorney Brooks, we were talking about what you were going to ask, or the other way is just to proceed. I mean, as you know, as state's already indicated, they're going to be looking to challenge him to the extent that you try to get into any opinions, concerns, findings, any of that.
I don't plan on stepping.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
So this is the DCF person, right?
Is this the one that's supposed to have been a friend of his or something?
Well said.
Okay.
No.
Everybody thinks we have a good enough understanding of where things stand? Yes? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then let's bring in the jurors. All rise for the jury, please. Counsel, so after this witness, am I releasing them and having them come back at 8:45?
45, I anticipate a very full day.
Okay. Counsel, I'm sorry. Attorney Smith, did you hear that?
No.
After this witness, we'll be releasing them then for an 8:45 return tomorrow.
Wow, it sounds like they're going to be a long. It's going to be a long testimony. A long.
That's what I'm saying.
Long one.
All rise for the jury.
QB, I can't leave you alone for nothing.
What I did. Y'all, stop it.
It's popcorn. It's the popcorn.
Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Turn to the state calls Demetrios Soros. And Mr. Soros, you remain standing. Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can make yourself comfortable. Can you start by providing, by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Demetrius Tsaros. First name is Demetrios. Last name is Tsaros.
And Mr. Soros, I'm just going to ask that you speak as loud as you can.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Mr. Soros, what city do you live in?
I live in Concord, New Hampshire. I apologize. I just moved. Pembroke, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I am a career level letter carrier for the Postal Service.
The U.S. Postal Service?
Yes, yes.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
Since September of 2021.
Prior to September 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as a CPSW, a Child Protective Service worker with the state of New Hampshire for DCYF.
And that acronym that you just gave, CPSW, can you tell the jurors what that means?
Yes, Child Protective Service worker.
How long did you work for DCYF?
Approximately 10 years.
And in your capacity as a caseworker for DCYF, did you have occasion to interact with someone named Adam Montgomery?
I did.
And calling your attention specifically to 2019, the summer of 2019, did you receive a report regarding Adam Montgomery?
I did.
Are you aware of whether or not he had children?
Not when I first received the report.
Was the report regarding one of his children?
Yes.
Which child was that?
Specifically, it was Harmony.
Harmony Montgomery.
I'm sorry, Harmony Montgomery.
And was that report regarding an injury to Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you know who made that initial report?
I do not. It was anonymous.
Do you remember specifically when that report was made?
It was July of 2019, towards the end of the month. Specifically, it was either the 19th or the 29th.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes. Yes, July 29th, 2019.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just turn that over. Face down.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And can you tell us that date again? I missed it.
July 29th, 2019.
And what did you do after your involvement on that call began?
I apologize. Could you be more specific?
So you got a report. What did you do after you received that report?
When I received the report, I initiated trying to make contact with the family in order to see them, see the family, see the children, ascertain safety.
And is that generally what you do, or is that what you did in this specific case?
Generally, that was the standard practice.
In this specific case, though, what did you do?
Specifically, tried to initiate contact. I ended up going out to the listed address in an effort to see the family.
Do you recall what that address was?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street or Guilford Ave.
Tell us about that trip out to the 77 Guilford Street or Ave.
So I drove to the location, and as I pulled up to the location, I noticed a person who I recognized as Adam Montgomery getting into a car.
And let me stop you there.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Soros, I'm going to show you what's been admitted and previously published. It's as State's Exhibit 101.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the individual that's depicted there?
I do. It's Adam Montgomery.
So, when you said that you recognized the individual getting into a car, I believe
Yes,
that was this Adam Montgomery?
it was.
Was anyone else present with him as he was getting into that vehicle?
There was a young girl, small girl.
That interaction, your observation of the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and the small girl who was with him, how long was that?
Not very long. Basically, as I was pulling up and getting ready to park, they were getting into the vehicle, and I can't remember exactly how far away I was, 30, 40 feet or so, when I was parking my car, and I observed them getting into the vehicle.
So you're parking your vehicle. Were you outside of your vehicle when you saw him, or were you still inside your vehicle?
I was still inside my vehicle.
And this young girl that you saw with the defendant, what was she doing?
Nothing really in particular, just, getting into the vehicle, her father helping her into the vehicle. Excuse me. I didn't know if it was her father at the time. The person, Adam, helping her into the vehicle.
Specifically with respect to that small female that you saw, how long were you able to observe her for before she got into the vehicle?
Maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds, not a long period of time.
And this was from 30 to 40 feet away?
Correct.
I want to back up for just a moment. The child that you were going to see, it was a female, is that right?
Yes.
How long? Sorry, let me strike that. Were you able to clearly see the child when you were in your car there?
I guess as clearly as I could from that distance.
Did you observe anything about the child other than her gender?
No, just it literally just looked like a small child, a female, getting into a car with someone.
How long were they parked there for before they drove away?
Not long. She got into the car. He then got into the car, and they drove away.
And you said the distance already, but was this on a public road, or were they in a driveway or something else?
Public road. They were parked on the side of the road in front of the house that I was going to.
During that home visit, did you interact with a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No.
Why not?
Aside from seeing her at that home visit, because she had left. She was the little girl that got into the car.
Is that something that you learned that day or at a later time?
That day.
While you were at the home attempting to make contact with Harmony, was there anything that drew your attention away as you were approaching the home?
Anything that drew my attention away?
Yes.
Nothing in particular.
Do you recall?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall noting that there was a loud dog that was barking at you?
Yes, there was a loud dog, a large dog barking at me from the property.
And was that before or after the defendant drove away with this young female?
I believe it was after. It was after they left. I approached the property.
So you were unsuccessful in seeing Harmony Montgomery that day.
Correct.
Did you attempt to follow up with the defendant?
I did.
Tell us about those attempts.
That was initiating a phone call and speaking with Adam and trying to arrange a home visit in which I could actually come and see and speak with Harmony.
When were those attempts? You mentioned a phone call. When was that phone call?
I think I would have to look at my notes to refresh my memory, but I believe it was later that day that I spoke with Adam on the phone.
Please do, if you believe that that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, it was later that day.
Did you also attempt to call the defendant on August 1st?
I again would have to refer to my notes.
Please do.
I did.
Did you speak to the defendant on August 1st?
I did.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Harmony's condition?
I would have to, again, look at my notes for details.
Please do. And just look up when your memory's been refreshed. Do you recall what, if anything, the defendant told you about Harmony's condition when you spoke to him on August 1st?
The contact I just reviewed, I was speaking to him about setting up the home visit and that he had one of his children was not feeling well and he needed to take him to be seen.
And
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we would not be able to have a home visit and it would have to be rescheduled.
And during that conversation, did he also tell you that he believed that Harmony had the same illness as his other child?
That I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you think that reviewing your notes would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do. And Mr. Soros, is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
You think he would have
Adam did
reviewed
say
it
that he believed
before
Harmony now had the same illness or condition that his other child had.
That again was on August 1st.
Yes.
So 2 days after you went out?
Correct.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face with Harmony Montgomery?
Could you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face interaction with Harmony Montgomery?
My response as far as my following up with the report.
Correct.
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was about a week later. The exact date, I don't remember.
Do you think that reviewing your report would refresh your recollection with respect to the date?
Yes.
Can you please do so?
A week later, after bruises have potentially gone away, right?
Yes, it was August 7th, approximately a week later.
What, if anything, did you observe about Harmony's physical appearance when you saw her on August 7th?
Overall, excuse me. Overall, she seemed.
So let me strike that question.
Yes.
Specifically, did you notice any markings or injury to her face?
I did notice a small red mark under one of her eyes and some redness with discoloration in the eye that was closest to that.
Did the defendant tell you anything regarding how that injury occurred?
He did. He said that he had bought the kids, two younger children, he bought the kids like foam swords or lightsabers, and that they were playing with them, and that Harmony was struck in the face, in the eye, and that's how she got that mark.
So, Mr. Soros, I want to switch gears and I want to discuss January of 2020. On January 8th of 2020, did you make contact with the defendant?
I believe so. I would like to review my contacts, please.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little more loudly?
Yes, ma'am.
And repeat the answer to that question?
I do remember receiving a report then, and I don't remember the exact date and whether I made contact or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes. If may I?
In just a moment,
Yeah.
So feel free to review that and just look up when you're
Yes, it was January 8th, 2020.
And how did that communication occur?
I apologize, meaning how did I contact them?
Yes.
Oh, phone.
You spoke to him on the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did he say about Harmony Montgomery?
I believe it was that conversation. I would have to check my notes to make sure, because I can't remember if it was that conversation or later when meeting with him that he had told me that Harmony was now living with her biological mother.
Do you recall the specifics of what he said about how she came to be with her biological mother?
He had said that she was having visits with her mother, and again, I'd have to probably look at my notes again, but I believe due to their unstable housing situation that Harmony ended up staying with her mom.
Did you follow up with Crystal Sorey?
I did make an attempt. I called and I believe I left a voicemail.
If I could have just a moment, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Sims. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Attorney Brooks?
You met briefly beforehand. My name is Jamie Brooks. I represent Mr. Montgomery. Just in terms of the timeline, a report came in on July 29th of 2019 regarding Harmony, correct? Correct. And specifically, it was that Adam had caused guy. That was in the report. Someone referred, whomever it was that made the report referred to it as a shiner, which I interpret as a black eye.
And the report was made anonymously, but you knew the person to be Kevin Montgomery?
I did learn that later on.
So that day you went to the residence, the 29th.
Yes.
But it was a very fleeting encounter. Adam and Harmony were getting in a vehicle as you were arriving.
Correct.
So you observed Harmony for all of 10 seconds, right?
Thereabouts, yeah.
30, 40 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
You were in your car still at the time.
Yes.
But you did have a longer visit approximately a week later, correct?
Yes.
That was August 7th.
Yes,
You went inside the residence.
I did.
And it sounds like you spoke with Adam, but you also spoke with Harmony.
I did.
Your general or preferred practice is to try and meet with the kid alone, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't always happen.
Correct.
Sometimes there is a parent there.
Sometimes there's a parent there,
Or in the next room.
or in the next room.
And you don't have any specific recollection regarding whether anybody was present when you spoke with Harmony.
I don't recall that.
But you were able to visually see Harmony, right?
Yes.
And you noticed a little bit of red in her right eye.
I can't remember if it was a right or left eye, but it was one of the eyes.
In one eye, there was some redness,
Yes.
faded bruising as well.
Yeah, I refer to it as like a faint red mark and then some redness in the eye.
Harmony had her glasses, right?
She did.
You, she agreed to remove them, right?
Yes.
So that you could look at her.
Yes.
And there's a standard set of questions you ask under these circumstances, right?
I do. I did.
So again, without indicating what the answer was, you would obviously ask her what had happened.
Yes.
And other questions regarding her general safety.
Yes.
Aside from the redness in her eye and the faded bruising, you did not observe anything else concerning regarding Harmony's person or well-being.
I did not.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Just one question for you, Mr. Soros. So if I understand correctly, you're not sure whether when you spoke with Harmony, if her father was in the room, in another room, or somewhere else.
Correct. I don't recall that.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge. All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection? All right, this witness may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, things moved a little more quickly than the parties anticipated today. So we are going to end a little bit earlier today. It's our hope that we're going to go through with a full day tomorrow. So plan accordingly. Get a little, looks like maybe there's a little bit of nice weather this afternoon. So so you'll get a little additional time, but I'll have you come back at 8:45 tomorrow with the hope that we will get started on time at 9 a.m. Okay, so please be back at 8:45 tomorrow. Once again, don't discuss the case, not with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by the locations. You know, if you happen to drive anywhere along the route we were in the other day, yesterday, don't pay any additional attention that you wouldn't ordinarily pay if you were just on your direct route home. Okay. Once again, I do anticipate that there is media regarding this case. So turn off all the notifications on your phone. Don't look at the newspaper or the local news, please. Maybe focus on international news if that's what you want to do, but please make sure that you are avoiding any newspaper, online, or other media coverage of this case as we continue the trial. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All right, jury.
Don't go home and subscribe to Crime Cafe on YouTube. Don't do that.
Right.
No, y'all go ahead. Just come back later.
Yeah. Not during this trial.
Not during
Yeah.
this trial.
Later, just not right now. So,
Mm.
yeah, that was weird.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he just didn't take his job very serious.
No,
Yep.
and you're telling me. Oh,
This is, I guess, a good time for us to take up any housekeeping matters if we have any, in the hopes that, and I don't know, maybe as you look at the witness lists, okay. Absolutely.
Housekeeping tips we don't get to hear, or not tips, housekeeping topics, if that's what you want to call it.
that's what I'm saying, Patricia. I'm sorry, but you didn't notate whether the parent was in the room when you were questioning the child in your notes.
Mm.
You didn't write that down. I mean, like, I can't.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to be devil's clavicle because, you have, you can't go around taking children, without, because they could be false claims. And you know what? She could have gotten hit in the eye with
Right.
a thing, with a sword or whatever. But there is no way that I would have left that child. I mean, you're leaving right as I'm driving up. No, homie, stop.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
Or I'll
How
sit
long
here
would
till
that
you
have
get back.
taken?
I'm gonna
You know?
call my spouse and be like, I'm gonna be late.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I'll be sitting here till they come back.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot. And somebody said, I don't remember who it was, about he probably feels guilty about it. I don't mean no harm. I hope he does. I hope he does, because he should have done better for that kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, I know. I feel like he probably does have a guilty conscience about the whole thing, but it's probably a good thing that he works
Mm-hmm.
for it's probably a good thing he works for the post office now.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, did he say, or was he even asked if did he leave on his own, or was he
They
like,
didn't ask. They didn't
No.
ask.
yeah, I just kind of wonder if he was fired or left on his own.
FYI, JB is back. I had to deal with things.
No worries.
Yep.
No worries.
But I'll make
Glad-
sure I'll get a recap on everything too.
Glad to have you back.
Yes. I was here in spirit. My icon was still up there.
We never knew you left.
Right.
So
we never knew you left.
Okay. I got a little bit of that DCF worker, but not very much.
Yeah.
Girl, you gonna be mad.
Yeah,
Probably
a
will
little
be.
bit.
Big mad.
Pick it up, baby.
And like I said, hindsight is 2020. I get that. Do you know that this is going to turn into this? You don't. But you, as a CPS worker, you don't let somebody leave with the child when you're coming to see the child.
Right.
Like, no.
You don't see her for a week or whatever.
Right. And then you didn't notate whether, and it probably comes down to sheer laziness.
Mm-hmm.
But you reviewed your notes 18 times. You can't look at your notes to see if you wrote down. Because I need the jury to know that you were lazy and you didn't write it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was strange too. Oh, it's not in your notes?
That's what I would have stood back up as a prosecutor. I'd have been like, so did you want to review your notes to see if you wrote down who was in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because I'm thinking that should be a thing.
Right.
Right.
Like I know medically, if we talk to somebody, we have to say who was there.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That record, you know,
yeah, you have
in
to.
case there's something that comes up like
Yep.
this.
Yep, you have
I,
to.
I just dealt with that personally, like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I can't.
Mm-mm.
I agree, Patricia. There's a lot of places that need more resources for facts. That is definitely one of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of jobs like that that, you know, I feel like they have these really great people have these really I said great, but I meant they have these really hard jobs, right? And then there's so many. There's so many kids that they get called about and they have to go and go and go and go and go. But you know, that is not an easy job. I mean, you're
Mm-mm.
right.
No.
That's a very tough job, Patricia. I can't even
That was a
begin to
good point.
imagine.
That was a good point. You went to be a postal worker? How bad does that job have to be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have nothing against postal workers, but it's a hard job.
That is a hard job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you left that and went to the yeah, that says a lot.
Hmm. I agree. Steph says,
I
but
agree,
when it comes
Steph.
to child protection, that should be one of the biggest priorities to overhaul. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But personally, I think that's what states should put a majority of money towards when it comes to social services is DCF and things along that line, because they're the ones who understaff or, type people that you will get a burnout real quick and get to the I don't care what I'm just doing here doing paperwork.
Right.
And just what I just because of what I do, I would say they need to overhaul. Yeah, see, okay, thank you, Steph. She got me. She read my mind. I was going to say marginalized populations because the
Yes.
elderly as well.
Yes. Yes.
It is not. It is not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
I agree with that one. Not just the children, but yes, the elderly most definitely.
Yeah. Ween baby, he left the CPS worker left the CPS job
To
and
be a
went to
postal
work
worker?
to work for the post office.
Mm-hmm.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Also, Steph, get out of my brain. It's scary in there, ma'am. Y'all keep reading my mind. Y'all are gonna be who that? Is that JB?
That's JB.
That JB, she gonna finish that. She gonna finish that whip today.
Oh, I will.
Miranda says
the
that
only
people
time
need to stop making false allegations so they can focus on the real cases. That's
Facts.
true. I know.
that's
Facts.
true.
I know it.
Stop trying to be spiteful, peoples.
Uh-huh.
And if it's a real deal, that's when you need to.
And
Right.
Miranda, were you the one that said someone did that to you? Because I'm really sorry.
Yeah,
That's not
horrible.
okay.
No, it's not.
Steph said elderly are just Uno reverse babies.
That you know what? She is not lying. Let me attest to the fact that that is truth. Except
The
for
Uno
here. So
reverse cracked me up.
here's a key difference though. Here's a key difference that we struggle with because they do revert back and they are very much like children. The fact of the matter is that they're adults and you can't treat them like children. So they have all the rights of an adult and you have to remember that.
Yes.
And so it can be difficult, especially in like memory care and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it is. We, like I was saying before, Mickey and I took care of our papa, and that was tough, trying to
Yeah.
like balance letting him have his like independence and
Mm-hmm.
than trying to keep him from things he was not able to do, but didn't realize he wasn't able to do, you know?
Right.
Yep.
And not get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And especially like with memory care, so you're like, hey, it's time to take a shower. And they're like, I don't want to take a shower. And they haven't had a shower in 2 weeks. You cannot make them take a shower.
Nope.
And it's tough.
That's tough, Miranda. That sucks.
I'm sorry about that. That's terrible.
Goodness. Mickey Joe. I feel you, girl. I feel you.
She said, yeah, I pee on myself. I get choked easy, and y'all make me drink from a sippy cup.
Right there with you.
I can't remember which one of you it was that made her. I think it was Steph said she had to drink from a sippy cup.
And no cough drops, no candy.
No cough drops, only cough syrup from a sippy cup.
I think that was me with the cough syrup and the sippy cup.
Oh, was it you?
I know the feeling.
Lord have mercy. Well, I guess, are they done for the day?
They sound like it.
I don't know. I thought they were going to do housekeeping, but they went up for a sidebar and then they left.
We have black screen.
Oh, okay, y'all. How is my TV behind? Wi-Fi.
It's weird.
Your Wi-Fi and the internal Wi-Fi card in your TV.
It's ridiculous. It's
Yeah,
all
because
ridiculous.
my phone and the computer are two different. You know.
I know, but but that's because you're doing stuff. So sometimes it'll hiccup or whatever. I am literally not touching the TV. It's just up there so I can see y'all better.
Yeah.
Telling you, that would be your Wi-Fi card in your TV.
Or
in whatever device, if you have a device on your
Look,
TV. Like
when you need to have a repeater in a 1,200 square foot apartment, you might need new Wi-Fi.
That's some janky Wi-Fi. Janky Wi-Fi.
Lord have mercy, Ween Baby said, I've heard of people getting theirs taken away because they have a bottle of wine in the fridge and prescriptions for Zoloft. Well, if that's the case, then you might as well send 99.5% of the mamas out there.
Look, they heading over to Shannon's house because she's drinking a glass, 2 glasses, and sometimes a bottle.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe a cake.
Wow. So I started Cyber Sleuths last night.
Y'all, Steph's about to be real mad. Steph's about to be real mad.
No, hey. No. Don't talk about it anymore than episode 1. That's all I've seen is episode 1.
Wait, what's this? Oh, missing mom
Discord.
murder. Okay. They've already cut off the feed, y'all. Youngins. They're like, we're done for today. So, yeah, I have a... Here, baby, you can have it. You want to go put it on the tree? Yeah, here. All right. She's killing me. That show made me so mad, said Ween Baby. I watched episode 1. Is there only 3 episodes or 4?
There's only 3 right now.
Okay. Because I thought somebody said there was 4, and I was like, well, I don't see a 4th one, but...
No,
it's
3.
So good. Ma'am, I know. Steph, we're working on it.
Giggles.
Steph is like, y'all.
Hey, Steph, I'm right there with you. Look, I've only watched episode 1.
Do y'all, okay.
No, yeah.
Since we're in here, JB and Morgana, I'm not unincluding. What is the word I'm trying to say? I'm not leaving out the chat, but I'm saying Morgana and JB, do y'all have a Discord account?
Yes.
I believe I do. I'll have to check. I think I do. I don't remember.
I'm gonna need y'all to make sure that is up and running, please.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I got my Discord started, right? And I need to test it out with you guys before I start inviting people from the chat and stuff to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Steph
Sure.
said we invited JB and watched it with her.
No, we
What?
did, Steph. We wouldn't leave you out.
We wouldn't do that.
Mm-mm. No, Steph's like, I'm going to polygraph all y'all.
I know, right?
You can do it. It's
It's not
okay.
admissible. It's not admissible.
Oh no, no, no.
Yes.
She said, "I'm gonna polygraph y'all." What?
I don't trust QB's defense attorney at all. So,
No, you gotta
Wait a
watch
minute,
it.
you haven't even met them. What do you
You gotta
mean?
watch them.
oh,
I mean, I'm still out and on these streets, so I mean,
still.
hey.
Well, but no, for real, I'm gonna get that started, and then have a section where we can have like watch parties and do all that kind of fun stuff, But it's gonna take time getting it built up and that kind of thing. So, Mickey said,
Cool.
I'm out on the Discord. My phone is an 8 Plus iPhone. It will disintegrate with one more app.
You can do it on the computer. You can do it on the computer.
Yeah, you can get Discord on the computer. I do know that. Look, the only reason why I have Discord is because of my brother. Legit. He's a computer guru over there, and he's got it set up where you can send him a message on Discord about a movie, and he'll put it on his Plex account, which we all have access to.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
it's a cool app. I was showing Jenny last night, although it didn't work as well as I wanted it to, but I tried to call her. She was like, what that? But no, you did really good. Jenny, you did really good. You did
Thank
really
you.
good.
I saw this
And
message scroll across the top, and I was like, "Wait, what's that?" And by the time I could get it all read, it was already gone. But then I saw this like little red notification bubble, and I clicked on it, and then I couldn't. It was like pointing in the other direction. I was like, "I don't see where to go. Like, I don't know what I'm doing here."
I only laugh because I legit I have only been on Discord for like a year. And I was thrown into it, but had to be like the guru. And I was like, yeah, no, sure. I got this. And I did not got that. And so I've really had to kind of, learn it. And now like Jenny sends me a message last night and she said, it said somebody was online. So I knew it had to be you. And I was like, I legit now have Discord open all the time. It will always say I'm online.
Yeah.
Because I do have so much stuff going in and out of there. But I love it. I love it. I have my own server only because I wanted to see if I could make one. So I did. And then I wanted to make emotes. So I did that. But see, okay, so Jenny, one of the things you can do is you can make little emotes. You could have like a Judge Judy emote.
Oh,
that we can throw in there, or you can make, you can do that comes in with the nitro stuff that I told you about. But but it's okay. It's okay. Well, no, it may not because I have my emote and I don't have nitro.
Oh, okay.
So I only have one little one little emote. But
those are fun though.
Oh, they're really, yeah, they're a lot of fun. And you can have, there's movable ones and there's you can do all kinds of things. But yeah, the watch party we need to do, Jenny, you'll have to do that out of I just wanted to say, you have to do it out of your computer, which I think you would anyways. But for the watch party, you definitely have to do it out of your computer.
Yeah, I figured I would.
Because you can't share the screen otherwise.
Yeah.
Because I was over there last night trying to share screen from my phone, and I was like, excuse me, there's no share screen. That's why I said I had to check it when I got home.
Well, I know I was on there, like I said, it said it had like a little green dot and it said 2 people, which I knew meant 2 people online by the green dot. And I was like, it's me and the only other one in here is QB. It's just me and her. So I'll have to add you guys and I'll do that. And then we'll use it as like a little test and see if we can do a watch party. Maybe we can try the Paramount thing tonight and see how that goes.
I will be with M until about 9. After that, I can play with y'all.
You've got a live tonight, Jenny. Don't
Yeah, you
forget.
got
Oh,
live.
Yeah.
Jenny, you
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
live
yeah.
tonight.
Yeah. I know.
After that.
I didn't mean like watch the whole thing. I just meant like turn it, see if I can get something playing.
Test it
Okay.
out.
'Cause yeah.
So
I never forget my Thursday nights. Never
Okay.
forget my
Jenny,
Thursday nights.
I can tell you too, it might be easier for you to just share your link
Mm-hmm.
in the the
Group.
posse chat.
Okay.
And then everybody can just go there and join as opposed to
Right.
you trying to
Adding.
add everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then before you start doing any more of that, we got to reset your permissions. So you have to let people in.
Okay.
Because
Well,
right now it's fully open.
right now it is.
Yeah, it's the default is I think that it'll just let anybody in.
Oh Lord, have
Um,
mercy.
so
We
once
can't have that.
and we may want to do that before you start before even like Morgana and JB and Steph come on, because then you can kind of practice letting people in.
Oh,
Yeah.
you say that, but it's only because you don't trust them because you know they're a bunch of scoundrels.
Facts. I mean, way to call me out, but yeah.
Don't tell people that.
You're a scoundrel. Every last one of you.
She let
Hmm.
me in, so I
Nice.
mean,
Nice.
y'all, I am trying hard not to jump out of here and run to the mailbox.
Wow.
My EO package just got delivered.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Hmm.
Look, that ain't gonna happen. I live in an apartment. It's on the other side of the thing, and my kid has the car, so no, that's not gonna happen.
She said no.
Nope.
Got to have
I'll
the
grab
wheels to
it.
get over there.
Yeah, no. I already told him to check the mailroom when he comes in. Bring me my
Maybe,
box.
Jenny, you maybe shouldn't share that link with Steph.
I know. I
Because,
see what she said. She's gonna go
well,
put it all over Reddit.
but the other thing is, you know how she likes to give out phone numbers and stuff.
That's what I
Yo,
hear.
right? I'm never gonna let her live that down.
Love you, Steph.
And poor Jenny.
Wow.
Jenny's like, I don't even know this
Nice.
chick, and she's like, here, hey, group chat. Love
You know
you,
what?
Steph.
You know
Love you,
what?
Steph.
Steph, honey, I did not say me one word. Not me. I did not say one word. This
It's
is
just
all on these guys. This is all on
Hey,
these
hey,
guys.
hey, hey. JB ain't saying nothing. JB's over here quiet, listening and dotting.
JB's been quiet.
she's taking notes. She's over there taking notes on this conversation.
On this
Billy
day, at this time, this
and
person said this.
and Kel and anybody else that we can do, if Jenny wants to, we can do a whole kind of a quick and down and dirty on Discord just to get you in.
Well, Lord, that's how
It's
you all plumb
Oh,
a bunch of filthy, rotten animals, man. Down and
it's
dirty.
look, listen,
Somebody to
look.
do it.
You went there. I didn't go there.
No, you the one did it. You the one said it.
But yeah, I mean, it's don't let it scare you off.
No, it's easy.
It
Oh,
is different.
my
I'm
God.
sorry.
that scared me.
Hello. Ah. It's a different app. But it runs basically the same as other apps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a little learning curve. It's more the vernacular that they use, like, you know, channels instead of folders or whatever. Don't let it scare you off. It's not it's
Yeah.
not it's really, really not so hard.
Yeah, I was
If I
on my
could do it,
phone and
anybody could do it.
I was on my phone pushing buttons last night when I was trying to talk to you, and I was like, I don't know what this little button is. It looks like a funky looking arrow. And then there's a plus button. I'm like, Lord, I might press the wrong thing. The whole world's gonna blow up. It's like
Yeah,
pinky,
I mean, that's the
pinky
thing
in the
though.
brain, pinky
There's
in the
pink in the
brain.
brain. There's really nothing that you can do to really, I mean,
No.
mess anything up.
Oh my.
And like I said, if I can do it, anybody can do it.
It's just I think, and Jenny and I talked about this last night. It's kind of like Twitch and Discord. They originated as gamer apps,
Right.
so it's a little intimidating. I mean, for me too. Like my kids are like, "Wait, what?
Mm.
You have a Discord server?" I'm like, "Y'all just stand down. You don't know me." But it's not like you have to be a gamer to understand it, is all I'm saying.
Right.
Right.
I agree,
She's
Jolie.
mad because she's pointing at the gavel and I'm not letting her have it.
Oh, I thought she was mad because she couldn't
We're
see
gonna
my
have to
face
get her
again.
one.
No, she can't hear y'all because I got my headphones on.
Okay. That was so cute. She was like, nope.
Mm-hmm. She does it all the time. She's like, no, 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 no. Hold on, husband's home. Hold on, let me kick him out of the bedroom. And I'll be right back.
Steph said trade the box for the gavel. Facts. Nah, that's
Y'all,
Jolie's box now.
okay.
Yeah.
Mickey said, trust me, I could mess it up. If I can't mess it up,
No.
you can't mess it up. She said, let me lock him out of the bedroom. That's the funniest thing. Is that not the funniest thing when she says that?
Yeah.
Husband's here. Let me lock him out of the bedroom.
Y'all, I'm on my last two colors.
Do you do a color at a time?
I do.
I mean, for a whole thing?
No, just section.
Period?
I do a section. I section it off, and then I do a one color at a time in that section.
Right.
And I move to the next.
That's what I do. But I swear every time I put that color up, I
there's
find one.
always.
And I look for it right before I put it up. I scan the thing again. Okay, I got them all. No, put it up. Then I find one. I'm like, somebody added that. I swear they did. Well, I had my back turned. Somebody added that.
Like they had me a while ago. I was like, I am done with this number. There's not much left here. And I moved down a little bit and I was like, what the crap? There's one right there.
I swear there's somebody in this room adding them.
I'm back.
Did you get him
Baby,
off now?
come back. Yeah. Yes, I did. Let's see. Trade the box for the gavel. There's no trading her. She's like, I want it, and I want that, and then I want all of it.
And I will have it, she says.
Did a whole row, and the time it took me to not. I see. I'd have it. I'm painted a stitch today. Well, I did this morning before we started.
I did, but it's only like a block. It's not a whole roll.
Again, it is a partial painting, y'all. It is not a full drill.
Still.
And taking notes.
Yeah, and taking care of Daddy-O and getting ready to go get my kiddo. But I'm finishing this color. I'm doing my last one.
I'm telling you, you and Abigail are like twins. Abigail like gets so much stuff done. I'm like, how do you do that? Like she's one of those that just gets up and does things, and I'm the one that has to sit there and think about how to do it for 2 hours before I ever even attempt to do it.
Yeah, that's more like me.
Y'all, I have to post pictures of this whip on my Insta so that y'all can see it. Because it's a birthday present for my niece.
Aw, you told me that. I remember now.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get off of here, and Dale's got to run and do some things, and I got to get some things situated before tonight.
Totally Not a Cop just came in.
Oh, looky there.
Hey, Totally Not a Cop. They did. They left about, 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago, maybe?
Yeah, like that.
Steph says they did, officer.
Salute.
They did. Oh, Totally Not a Cop. Look what I got in the mail today. Hold on, let me show you.
Jenny, you're muted.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Jenny. Speak up, Jenny.
Dang it. One of my friends got me this super cute little gavel in the mail. I got it today or yesterday, but I opened it last night and then I shared it today. Totally not a cop is saying, are they saying that because of what Steph said or because I was literally muted?
I like what Steph said.
Yeah.
I am speaking into the mic, Steph.
I was trying to
Now,
catch you real quick, but I was drinking my last bit of coffee and I was like, somebody say something. She muted.
I was muted. But isn't this cute? It's
It
so
is.
cute. Super cute.
Super cute.
And then I got this t-shirt from my girl Joanna. Mm-hmm.
You can't see the bottom of it, Jenny, when you do that. There. Yeah, kind of.
There you go. She's like, I've got to pull it up halfway over my head.
Yeah. And stand on my tiptoes.
I was literally standing on my tippy toes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to and now my lips are numb from the salty popcorn.
Yep.
I gotta hop out. I gotta go get my kiddo. I'll see y'all tonight. Okay, bye, everybody.
All right. Bye-bye, honey. I'll see you later. Thank you for today.
Most definitely.
All right. Well, I guess I better
Thanks
hop
for having me.
close out.
All
QB.
right. I love you guys. I'll see you.
All right. See ya.
Bye. That shirt could be used as evidence, right? I know. It totally could. Totally could. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out all 6 hours and 30 minutes and 33 seconds worth. So, I hate to love you and leave you, but that's what we're going to do. Keep in mind, today was a super heavy day. Today was a super heavy day. I know it and I feel it in my spirit. So, do something, that kind of lightens the mood. So, when you get done and you get out of here, go do something that lightens the mood, chills you out, and I don't know, go look at little fluffy rabbits or something on the internet. Okay? Sound like a deal? Sound like a deal? So, I will see you guys later. And some of you I'll see tonight. But I'm going to, like I said, love you and leave you. And I will see you in the morning. We'll be back here at 9 o'clock. Well, probably 8:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And yeah. So, all right. I love you guys. See you in the next one. And thanks, moderators. And thanks for you guys that stayed up with me today on the chat. I appreciate you guys and all the hard work that you've done. You guys are awesome sauce. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.